So welcome to the full board for our RFP agenda item for our DE&I services. With that, I would like to have roll call, please.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Deborah Gallegos. Here. Michael Tutoy. Here. Nicole Griffith. Frank Ruffino.
Present.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palke.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Excused.
Yvonne Walker. Here. Melissa Willett. Here. Dr. Gail Willis.
I believe excused also. All right, with that, we have the Chief Executive Officer's report, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Good morning, President Taylor and members of the board. Brad Pacheco, CalPERS team. Today's action item is a follow-up to your decision in September to retain a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant. Today, the board will conduct 6 interviews with firms that have reached this point in the process. And joining me is Justin Heeb from OSSD, who will provide a summary of the RFP activities to date and an overview of today's interview process. So unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
Good morning, Madam President and board members. Justin Heeb, CalPERS team member. On May 16th, 2025, CalPERS released the RFP 2024-9420 to seek vendor participation to provide DE&I consulting services to the board. CalPERS received 36 proposals by the final file date of June 30th, 2025. 26 proposals met the minimum qualifications and moved to technical evaluations. 6 firms passed the proposal evaluations, and the board approved those 6 firms moving on in the evaluation process on September 17th during the CalPERS Board of Administration meeting. All 6 finalists had their fees opened and scored, and all 6 finalists, BCT Partners, Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting, the Ferdman Consulting, Kerry Mitchell Brown, LLC, Sage LLC, and the Nova Collective were invited for oral interviews today. I would like to take time to update the board on the preliminary scores of all 6 finalists coming into the interviews today, ranked from highest to lowest. Sage 71 LLC received 300 points for their fee proposal and 50 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total of 350 points. Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting received 278.9 points for their fee proposal, 0 points for DVBE, for a preliminary total of 278.9 points. The Nova Collective received 259.2 points for their fee proposal schedule, 0 points for their DVBE, for a preliminary total of 259.2 points. BCT Partners received 230.6 for their fee proposal schedule and 0 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total of 230.6. Ferdman Consulting received 181.1 points for their fee proposal schedule, 0 points for DVBE, for a preliminary total of 181.1. And Kerry Mitchell Brown LLC received 41.9 points for their fee proposal score, 0 points for their DVBE incentive, for a preliminary total of 41.9 points. Each finalist will be allotted 45 minutes for the interview, consisting of a 5-minute presentation, 35-minute question and answer period, and all finalists will be asked the same questions. If needed, the board has an additional 5 minutes for clarifying or follow-up questions. At the conclusion of the interviews, the board will determine an interview score as a group for each finalist. Up to 700 points are available and motion that score. Please note, there are 3 firms that will receive a small business preference of 5% added to their score for being a California certified small business or subcontracting out at least 25% of their proposal. The preference will be added at the end as is based on the highest score from a non-small business. The interview scores will be collected and combined with the preliminary total scores to determine a score for each finalist. The board will be asked to make a motion recommending the board award the contract to the finalist with the highest total score, subject to negotiations and satisfactions of all requirements. This concludes my summary. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Heeb, for the overview. I'm not seeing any questions for you, so I do want to make a programming note for the audience that is watching this. This meeting remotely over the internet. We're going to turn off the webcast of the meeting during the interviews in order to ensure a fair process where no finalists are able to see its competitors' interviews. We will resume the webcast after the interviews, so you'll be able to see the board discuss and score the finalists. I do want to remind the board that once we start, please stay through the entire interview process. We will be taking breaks, however. I would now ask that the roll be taken so that the record reflects the board members present and participating in the interview and selection process for this contract. So if we could have the roll called again.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
David Miller, Deborah Gallegos, Michael DeToy, Nicole Griffith, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palkey, Ramon Rubalcava, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Thank you. So we will now conduct the interviews in alphabetical order. BCT Partners first, Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC second, Ferdman Consulting third, Kerry Mitchell Brown LLC fourth, Sage 71 LLC fifth, and the Nova Collective is the last interview. Each finalist will have 5 minutes for a presentation and 35 minutes for a question and answer period. If needed, the committee will have a 5-minute period for clarifying or follow-up questions based on the finalists' interview responses. The clock will show you the time remaining in each segment. Committee members, please note that the questions for the finalists are included in the finalist interview packet. I think we all have it. At this time, I would like to remind the finalists that each of your firms signed and submitted the CalPERS Board of Administration interview form in the proposal. This form represents a pledge that each of you will not make any attempt to listen to or watch the interviews of the other finalists, nor have anyone do so on your behalf. Failure to adhere to this requirement will result in your firm's disqualification from this engagement. Scores will be determined by the board as a group after all finalists have been interviewed. A score will be motioned for discussion and then seconded and voted upon, or a substitute motion will be made. So right now, does anyone have any questions? Okay. If there are no questions at this point, we will take a brief pause before beginning the interviews, and you'll let us know when everything's ready to go. All right, so right now we're going to pause before the interviews start, and we need to clear out everybody but BCT Partners. I'd like to, looks like you're already here, but I want to make sure all the representatives of BCT Partners are here to present. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation. Staff, please start the clock for 5 minutes when the BCT Partners begin to speak. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone.
Oops. Can you turn on their mics? Can you push the... There you go.
There we go. Perfect. All right, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Randall Pinkett. I'm Chairman, CEO, and founder of BCT Partners. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to address the board and to have your consideration. Here's our agenda for the presentation. We'll talk about the company, we'll talk about our team, we'll talk about our proposed services and approach, and then we'll open up the floor for questions and answers. BCT is proudly celebrating 25 years that we've been in business doing diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're an equity-centered firm powered by innovation. What differentiates us in this context? First, we combine both a DEI practice and a health equity practice, which very much reflects the work of CalPERS. Second, we bring a local and a national team. We have a partner, the Equity and Wellness Institute, based right here in Sacramento, who's worked with Sacramento County and Sacramento, as well as national experts. And then lastly, we are a data-driven, evidence-based organization, which very much reflects what we've learned about the work of CalPERS as we've looked at your work over the years. The other thing that also differentiates us is that we've worked with several financial services organizations. They're listed here on the slide, but included among them, the New York City Employee Retirement Systems. We worked with both DEI, health equity, and investment organizations like yours looking to diversify your portfolio. Our project team, two of whom are seated to my right and my left, your right. Rika Salonen, to my right, your left, is a Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Benchmarks international panelist, one of 112 people, to talk more about the GDEIB in a moment. Expert in health equity as well and cross-cultural understanding. And then Dr. Tamu Green, who has worked with the Sacramento's first racial equity action plan for the homeless, as well as Sacramento County Public Health and Racial Equity Action Plan. And she's with the Equity and Wellness Institute, which is our local partner known as Equity and Wellness Institute. I'm going to now pass the baton to Dr. Green to talk about our services and our approach.
Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. And I will be brief about this. But as you see, we're going to step through 4 different phases to provide you with services. And so the first one is the leadership interviews. So we will be conducting interviews with you all, with the board, as well as your C-suite. And then we're going to move on to phase 2, the program review and assessment. This is something that we are very well versed in. We're going to be using the global DEI benchmarks, which Erika is going to say a little bit more about, but it's an opportunity for us to be able to do a gap assessment for you and to put those findings together as we move forward for phase 3, our action plan recommendations. We have done numerous action plans of this type for the state of California, as well as for local jurisdictions. And so we're well prepared to do that work, as well as the action plan implementation, where we're really looking at making sure that you have goals, metrics, benchmarks, so that you can be accountable as you step forward. And we're more than happy to assist you in the kind of coaching and leadership development that's needed to be successful on that path.
Good morning. We recommend leveraging the global diversity, equity, and inclusion benchmarks as a strategic framework for assessing CalPERS policies, processes, and programs. This benchmark tool has been vetted around the globe. It is providing 275 benchmarks that across 15 different categories that are organized into these four groups that you see ahead of you. The groups are foundations, internal, bridging, and external. These benchmarks can be used with organizations to create strategic planning that is systematic, that is strategic, and really truly measure the impact of the work. I was honored to be one of the global experts who created this tool back in 2021. We use this around the globe. I have been using this previous versions of this tool since 2016. And it is a really amazing benchmarking tool for looking at the priorities and measuring the impact.
Right, thank you very much. With that, we are going to start with the questions. We're going to work, I think everybody heard our machinations about this, but we're going to start with me, work our way around. So, starting, please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS DEI framework, policies, and programs, including how you will identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. And please, in your response, explain how your methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable.
Sorry, I was on. Yeah, so we can start, as Rika was saying, we do have this framework that we're able to build off of. But initially, our work is very much the sequence where we have a discovery phase, right? And so that is where we are looking into all of the work that you have been doing. What has been successful? Where have you kind of come up short? And so that's looking at the documents that you have available, but it's also through the interviews that we conduct. And so that is an opportunity for us to really hear firsthand from a number of different perspectives from those who are essentially the stakeholders in this process around what their aspirations are. Again, if there are best practices that they would like to see incorporated, that's part of the research that we do. And so we're able to then put together this assessment that we lay out where we're seeing these are the areas of strengths, these are the gaps that are present, and to be able to essentially build for you then a plan moving forward where we can say, this is what has been done for others working in the same space or adjacent spaces. These are the kinds of gains that they have been able to make by making these changes, by implementing these actions. This is what you can anticipate, and this is the kind of progress over what period of time it may take in order to do that. These are the resources that are going to be needed, both personnel, human capacity, as well as financial capacity in order to meet these goals. So that is, in general, the way that we move forward. I'm not sure if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I would add to that also two things. First, some people talk about data-driven DEI. Well, we wrote the book on data-driven DEI, literally. And we use, again, reflective of how CalPERS does what it does with DEI, a very data-driven approach. And for each of your 5 areas of your DEI framework, culture, talent management, health equity, supplier diversity, investments, you have a goal and an objective already laid out in all 5 pillars. What we're proposing to make this actionable is to leverage this OGSM framework, which is very well aligned with what you've already done. But what differentiates what we're proposing versus what you have is the OG, the SM, they go from qualitative to quantitative, qualitative to quantitative. So an objective is a qualitative articulation. A goal quantifies the objective. Strategy is a qualitative articulation of what we're going to do, actionable. What are the actions? But the measure helps us quantify that we've accomplished the strategy. And so it's a way of being very organized, cascading from what do we want to accomplish to what we're going to do to how do we measure that it actually gets done. And that's how we make sure it's actionable. OGSM.
I didn't.
All right, there you go. Second question.
Oh, thank you. Given ongoing changes in the legal environment affecting DEI programs, including recent court decisions, how will your firm guide CalPERS in adapting its DEI efforts while ensuring competency with Proposition 209 and other applicable laws? Please describe your process by staying current with legal and best practices development and how you incorporate these into your consulting approach. Thank you.
So I'll start the answer. Another thing that differentiates BCT is we have an attorney, a former civil rights attorney on our team, David Hunt. And David has proven to be extraordinarily valuable in these days and times where the legal considerations of this work are so front and center. And so we've been in conversations, as you can imagine, David, our team, and others, with general counsels, with legal counsel, with policymakers and the like, advising our public, private, and nonprofit clients to ensure that they're both aware of the policy landscape, but also compliant. I should also mention another thing that differentiates BCT is we are a federal contractor. So I say that to say we are subject to the federal regulations, and we've had to be compliant with those regulations, and we advise our federal clients, of which we have numerous, on how they can navigate that policy environment, and our state and local clients as well. So we have an attorney on our team. We are a federal contractor who's subjected to the policy environment. We advise federal, state, and local organizations on how they navigate that, and we bring all of those resources to bear to help you mitigate risk and ensure that the work you're doing is compliant. But we can talk also about Proposition 209.
Yes, I would just like to say that, as I mentioned, we've been involved in a number of projects, a number of contracts with state agencies, as well as other clients as well, Stanford University and others who are having to take into account this changing landscape that you're talking about. And so for many years now, we have been advising these clients on how to move forward so that they can be compliant and still uphold the goals and the aspirations that they have around DEI. And there are many ways to do that. And so we look forward to being able to share that with you as well.
I turned my mic off. Mr. Palkey, go ahead.
Thank you. CalPERS Sustainable Investment Program works to deliver returns through the identification, analysis, and management of high-value sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainability principles is the consideration of an environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage the experience, your experience to help guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
Sure. So this is a conversation we also had in our work with New York City Employee Retirement System. And first, we've been looking at some of the best practices, of which you all have already reflected some of those practices, of how do we invest in an ecosystem that ensures sustainability. And so some of the diverse asset manager development programs that we've helped to benchmark and look at best practices. How do we invest in training for the existing roster? How do we measure sustainability to ensure that we're hitting appropriate benchmarks? And above all, how do we build the capacity of the organization, which I loved some of the work you all are doing with building culture specifically in the investment arena and sustainability arena in order to make certain that employees are empowered with the tools to make the decisions that advance the agenda overall. But I'll invite my colleagues to add.
We have also worked with clients like World Bank in looking at sustainable investments and working with many, many other financial clients, financial services clients, looking at investments that are building equity in the communities, improving the environment and the community wellness.
Yeah, I think that this approach to looking at your culture is what's key, right? Because then you're embedding this mindset, you're embedding this lens into everything that you do. And essentially, what you're saying is, this is how we do business here. This is what we value. This is what we aspire to, right? And so it's not just something that's a one-off. It's not just something that's like checking a box, but it actually gets embedded into all of your decision making, all of your policy making, and that's what's really critical. So that's what's going to be, ultimately where you're going in terms of your investments, but it's woven throughout every part of the organization. That's what we also want to help you to do, to encourage you to continue to do, because you're off to a phenomenal start with this work. You're so far ahead from so many other state agencies in the way that you approach this work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
With that, I will call on Ms. Walker. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
CalPERS seeks to advance equitable health outcomes for its members and their families. Please discuss how you will leverage your experience to help support the efforts of our healthcare program and ensure our members can attain the highest level of quality healthcare.
I will start that answer. I lead our health and culture solutions at BCT Partners, and we work with a variety of health and health systems around the country. Essential work that we are looking at is training and education around health equity, equitable outcomes for your community. We work very closely with Health and Human Services, Office of Minority Health, building cultural competence education for healthcare professionals across the nation. We have trained thus far 1.2 million healthcare professionals, distributed 4.7 million continuing education units to healthcare professionals around the country. So education is a big part of the work. Measuring impact for outcomes is part of our data-driven DEI solution package. So when we think about building measures, metrics, and KPIs for health outcomes, that will be part of the work that we will be engaging with you if we get selected.
I would also love to build on that I was asked to come and support the work of the Office of Health Equity in the California Department of Public Health when they first launched in 2013, and to lead the development of the California statewide plan to promote health and mental health equity and the statewide advisory committee. And so having all of that experience to bring to bear here would be a tremendous honor. One of the key tenets of that work is to understand the way in which you can only achieve optimal health when you are looking at all of the context, the social determinants, the drivers of health around you. And so you can't just look at healthcare, you must actually be involved in how to be a part of the solutions in this broader context. And much of that has to do with leveraging the kinds of relationships and partnerships that CalPERS is in a tremendous position to be able to do. And so we want to be able to bring that frame of reference as well to the health equity aspirations that you have.
And the last thing I would add is, among the things that we've been impressed with CalPERS work is how you're also leveraging data. Your health equity index, your HEI, to track your progress, your population health management strategic measure, focused on diabetes, high blood pressure. Mm-hmm. We believe there's also an opportunity to expand that work to be more geospatial, and also not only to look at how geospatially these indices play out, but also to begin using some of the more advanced tools that are available now, like artificial intelligence and machine learning, to know what interventions you've administered have been most effective for which populations and for which locations. And again, as a firm that is differentiated as not just DEI and health equity, but also powered by innovation, we're a technology firm, we're an AI firm, and so the ability for us to analyze that data and to deliver value to the indices you've already developed and tools that we've developed that could actually help to amplify that work would also add value to the very agenda that you've asked about, Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to call on Ms. Willette. Go ahead. Well, there you go.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Please provide an example of an environmental scan or gap assessment you've conducted and what actionable outcomes resulted, and how do you ensure your analysis is data-driven?
Great question, because we have a slide for it. In fact, let me go a bit ahead so that it flows a little better right there. So I mentioned our work with New York City Employees Retirement System. This work is very analogous to the work that you're procuring. It was an assessment, both qualitative and quantitative focus groups, interviews, survey, mixed methods approach, which is what you're looking for. It was looking to develop an actionable plan, much like you're looking to develop as well. In fact, the only thing that I would say differentiated this work with them versus what you're procuring is the health equity angle that you bring to the table, which naturally New York City's employee retirement system didn't quite have the same topology. But as you can see from the approach, we did discovery, data collection, interviews, focus groups, data analysis, generated a final report, generated an action plan. In fact, they didn't have a framework like the framework you had. So we developed their framework, then developed the objectives, goals, strategies, and measures, the OGSM I mentioned earlier. Among the priorities that emerge from that work, you can see here, again, things that you can relate to: workplace culture, strengthening infrastructure for career development, comprehensive plan for communication, interpersonal development, and then systematically looking across all policies, procedures, and practices. And then to the question of outcomes for this particular example. We were able to improve internal communication. This was a little bit more internally focused versus your work is both internal and external, but improve internal communication through developing intranets, talking points for managers, town halls that we help facilitate, boost the visibility of this work by rolling out an entire campaign to relaunch their DEI efforts, expanding their talent development, which include mentorship programs. You all have a mentorship program, advancement, retention, looking at other measures like meeting frequency with managers and their direct reports, et cetera. And then you'll appreciate this, supporting workplace well-being. We had a particular focus on mental health and well-being for employees internal to the organization, that we were able to measurably improve usage of spaces that were created to foster mental health, and also measures that were improved of employee feedback on the work that was being done. So very comparable to your work. A little bit nuanced in comparison, but results driven and results proven.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gallegos.
Thank you. At CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
I'll start. In years past, when I have worked in-house in a variety of large health systems, few to name, Oregon Health and Science University, that is the largest academic medical center, actually the only academic medical center in the state of Oregon, as well as Peace Health. I was leading the diversity talent acquisition for those organizations, as well as diversity talent development. So as a part of the strategic planning, part of that was always to work in partnership with the people and culture organization, HR, building a diversity talent acquisition plan for the organization that aligns with the strategic planning. And that plan then would outline what are some of the goals for the talent acquisition in the organization, who are the community partners, the educational institution around the nation that are the best pathways to build in the diversity talent pool for the organization, and then work internally with the organization to build internal pathway for the leaders to grow in the organization to executive positions and leadership positions. A lot of work includes mentoring, coaching, stretch assignments, and working in building emerging leaders in the organization with a variety of leadership initiatives. So those are a few ways that we can support CalPERS in integrating that into the diversity action planning.
And I would add to that, we mentioned a few times the Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Benchmark, and I'm trying to get this clicker to get me to that slide. The beauty of the GDEIB, is this term, Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Benchmarks, is that it is benchmarking process and policy. I think of the GDEIB as measuring an organization's capacity to carry out a DEI agenda. And so when we benchmark you, we'll be looking specifically at how your policies and practices compare to global best practices, both for organizations like yours, and organizations like yours in this area as well, geographic region. So we'll be able to feed back to you, based on the GDEIB, Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Benchmarks, how your processes and practices can be improved to reflect what those global best practices are. And if I had the slide, I would have showed it to you. But this thing's not working.
Do we have any way to fix this? Yeah.
I'm going to keep trying while we're talking.
Yeah, it looks like it's going nowhere fast right now. All right. I'm going to move on to Mr. DeToy. Hopefully we'll get your clicker working. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
DeToy.
you. And you can keep trying because you might want this slide for this answer as well. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
Yeah, so I'm gonna let this slide digest for a moment because we got it, and I know the manual fix now. I'm gonna go back and forth. Thank you. Which is again, particularly to Ms. Gallegos' question, it's the internal dimension of the GDEIB that will speak to internal processes. How do we attract and retain people? But if you go to the OGSM slide, Rika, again, to the question that was just posed, Mr. DeToy?
Uh-oh. Yes.
Okay. OGSM is what ensures that we're able to cascade that down and have measurable accountabilities. The hardest part of this work, let's be clear, is how do we hold people accountable? Second to that is how do we measure the work to what we're holding them accountable to. So this framework, which again, I want you to digest, and you all are halfway there. I mean, you have so many great metrics, but if we can organize your plan stemming from this work to center on the objectives, define those goals, which then give us a measure and a metric to hold ourselves not only accountable to each other, but also to progress. Then the strategic piece, a qualitative articulation of what we're going to do, and a measure that quantifies that we've accomplished it. It's a very organized, data-driven, very rigorous approach that will ensure that not only do we have clarity, but a structure to engender measures, accountability to all of what you mentioned. And so the legal piece will likely be a component of that. How do we ensure compliance? How do we measure that? How do we ensure fidelity to our framework? And how do we measure that? All of that will be built in to the rollout of the plan that is on our watch.
All right.
Thank you.
Does the committee have, that was all 7 of our questions, by the way. Does the committee have any additional questions that they'd like to ask or clarifying follow-up questions for BCT Partners? We got about 5 minutes. Well, if we want to move into that, we have 5 minutes. I'm not seeing, oh, I am seeing, hold on. Mr. Palkey.
Thank you. You mentioned briefly the use of AI in one of your questions here. Knowing the positives and negatives of AI, what measures do you have in place to protect information of our members?
Yeah, another good question. As you can imagine, as an equity-centered firm powered by innovation, we consider very intentionally how do we ensure confidentiality, how do we ensure data privacy, how do we ensure anonymity, and how do we ensure transparency. And by that I mean when we're using AI, we have to be attendant to the fact that we have data that's likely sitting in some data system that we may be interfacing with, that we have to make certain that anything we do is secure, has privacy on that data, and when I say anonymity, what I'm saying is we won't aggregate data to a level that you could determine any one individual's response to, say, a survey or a question in a focus group, because that would compromise their anonymity. Having said that, AI, as we have developed our own approach to using AI, it's called precision analytics. And it's using machine learning to analyze existing data in a way that doesn't fall victim to what we believe are some of the pitfalls of using AI, which is bias within the data, looking at correlations and not causations, and then also how do we ensure that if there are recognized biases in the data, that we're taking deliberate steps in developing the algorithms in a way that mitigate and address those biases. And so we've developed an entire methodology. Over the past 8 years, we've been doing this. So we're not new to the AI space. We've been doing it for 8 years now. A socially responsible approach to leveraging AI that will protect your data, protect your employees and their personally identifiable information, and also ensure that the data that we're analyzing, if we are to analyze your data using AI, that we're using techniques that can be interrogated to understand what's happening under the hood, unlike some of the black box algorithms that are being used now for large language models. So we're very, very much, we believe, at the forefront of how do we use AI in very responsible, socially responsible ways that reflect the values of CalPERS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next, and I will remind everybody, we have about 2 minutes left. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. So my question is basically on the health equity. You mentioned about your involvement with the statewide health equity advisory forum. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about your interactions and how that's how it's been going?
Yes, so it's been several years since I have been directly involved in that particular project, but essentially the Office of Health Equity, when it was formed, was mandated to have a statewide advisory committee. And so I was involved in selecting those members. There were 26 members from around the state, and they represented essentially different communities of interest. We had everyone from pastors and youth advocates to individuals who were running the Department of Healthcare Services. And so there was really quite a range. And the opportunity was to harness the skills and the experience and the vision of those individuals to shape the plan, the health and mental health equity plan for the state of California, and to, again, ensure that all of those perspectives were brought in and honored so that we could have a plan that really was representative, that really was comprehensive. And then I was involved in essentially the implementation of that plan. So going around California to various communities and sectors to make sure that they understood how they could be involved in the implementation, and then reporting out on a quarterly basis at the advisory committee meetings, which were public meetings, Bagley team meetings, on the progress. So putting together a tool to be able to report out on the progress of the implementation of the plan.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Ms. Willette?
Okay, we'll see if we can do this. On one of your process slide, you had, if you can go to it, phase 1 leadership interviews. You wrote conduct up to 12 interviews. Can you give more context on how you got to the number 12 or where that comes from your experience?
We are pulling that from the RFP where we were reading about the board interviews and the CEO interviews. And I believe that there was a section there that was discussing the number of C-suite members. So that's where we determined the 12 interviews.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, that is a flexible number according to the needs that are determined during the discovery phase.
Great, thank you. All right, I appreciate that. With that, BCP, that concludes your interview. Thank you so much for presenting today. We really appreciate it. Right. Thank you very much. I'm trying to make space for next interviews here. For being here. Give me one more second. So I would like to thank again BCT Partners for presenting. At this time, I'd like to make sure this is everybody for Chanin, Kelly-Rae. Okay. Consulting to present. Your firm was asked not to view the interview that preceded you. Can you confirm, to the best of your knowledge, your firm did not view that interview?
I can confirm that I did not.
Okay, thank you so much. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation. Staff, please start the clock for 5 minutes when Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting staff starts to speak. So go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members and members of the audience. Thank you for the opportunity today. If you don't mind, for folks that are sight impaired that may be watching today, I would like to do an ADA introduction. My name again is Chanin Kelly-Rae. I am an African-American woman with shoulder-length hair, and today I am wearing a pinstripe blue and white striped shirt with dark pants and black shoes, and I am excited to be here to talk for you. We are a nationally recognized woman and minority-owned consulting firm focused on DEI strategy. We're a proven partner that provides data-informed, legally compliant DEI transformation. We're all under one roof. I'm proud of the fact that for more than 22 years, as the principal and founder of Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting, with a team of 13, we've amassed what I think all under one roof and with one team working in unison together for more than 5 years now, all of the members that are participating with the CalPERS proposal. We have collectively more than 150 years worth of experience as executives, as leaders, both globally and nationally in the diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice and accountability space. We have worked with healthcare, wealth management, insurance, construction, government, school districts, and most industries represented across the country. In my official capacity over the course of my career, I've worked as the primary and principal DEI consultant, serving at the pleasure of the governor of the state of Washington as the chief diversity officer for the state. I've been invited to invitation-only conferences to advise current members of Congress in the past, state courts, state Supreme Courts, and executives across many industries around the world, and so has my team. We, I believe, are the best fit for CalPERS. First, we're fiduciary aligned and legally grounded. We design solutions that meet Article 16 standards and are fully compliant with Proposition 209, Title 7, FEHA, ADA, and ADA Sections 152nd. We're data first and outcome focused. We compare both qualitative analysis, trends, cohorts, adverse impact, and regression against validated qualitative insights from interviews and listening sessions. We translate both into board grade KPIs, dashboards, and clear decision memos. Third, and finally, we build for execution. Our strategists, data scientists, policy experts, and facilitators work together daily to embed communications frameworks, training maps, scorecards, and reporting cadences so progress is measurable and sustainable. I would serve as your executive and principal consultant. Working alongside me on this project is Dr. Michael Washington, who is for more than 30 years an expert level subject matter expert in supplier diversity and organizational design. Dr. Miriam Hawkins, MBA, is our senior data analyst. And again, these are all folks that are not cobbled together as a team for you, but we work together in unison under one roof. Also joining the team is a public administration and systems management expert, Nelia Viloria, and then Johanna Rivas, who is our strategic project coordinator that ensures alignment with regard to ADA standards, engagement and outreach, and coordination to align all of our processes together so that we work for you seamlessly, professionally, effectively, and with the best opportunity to meet your fiduciary responsibility of finding someone that is the best in terms of talent and the best in terms of cost. I'm extremely proud of the fact that for every client that we work with across this nation, we donate back 10 to 40% of any profits that we make into local communities. That has totaled more than $900,000 in both funds and professional services. The same project that we would be doing for you, should we be chosen, we also do for free for nonprofits, schools, and other organizations that otherwise would not be able to afford to do the same level of work, care, and compassion that we'd be doing for you. And then finally rounding out the team is Maximilian Ray, or Max. He is someone with he's a dog for those that cannot see. That is a chocolate brown dachshund with one blue eye and one brown eye. His responsibility is to be the calm curator and the belonging ambassador. So he serves in a very important function because I don't know that you know it, but DEI is a very challenging space these days, and he brings calm within the storm. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do appreciate Max. With that, I'm going to call on Ms. Griffith to ask you the first question.
All right, good morning. Please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS' DEI framework, policies, and programs, including how you will identify gaps and opportunity for improvement. In your response, explain how your methodology methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable?
So much. Well, first of all, the framework that you've chosen is directly rooted in why DEI has come to exist to begin with, and it begins in the space of healthcare. Within healthcare, there are social determinants of equity that lead to the fact, or the well-researched conclusion, that a patient's outcomes has very little to do with the few minutes that they spend with a provider in any examination room. That conversation and that engagement is only one part of a more holistic pie. And so social determinants of equity relative to healthcare are important because it takes a holistic approach. So when I look at your framework, and I'll dig into that social determinants in a moment, but your framework is built around talent management, culture, supplier diversity, health equity, and investments. That is the 5-pillar approach. I believe that that is the best possible approach, and it's really the framework that my firm takes. So when I talk about social determinants of equity and the ecosystem under which you work and function, it's rooted in this system that education, housing, healthcare, affordable food, policing, employment, governance, suffrage democracy, many of these different things are all interrelated. So CalPERS doesn't operate within a vacuum. The services that you provide in terms of resource or pension and healthcare are all impacted by a lot of different functions. So no single institution can advance equity or achieve outcomes or success without thinking about those systems that also impact you. And so when we think about your framework and that 5-pillar approach, what would we do exactly? Well, in phase 1, we have leadership interviews that would align CalPERS board and leadership expectation with the DEI vision. There's a program review and assessment where we conduct a comprehensive policy and culture audit, benchmarking against national best practices and what's involved in that org review. We look at governance structure. We look at full employee life cycle. We look at decision making and the many policies, processes, and procedures through which you make decisions and you operationalize the work that is accomplished on a day-to-day basis. We co-design a multi-year DEI action plan aligned with fiduciary and strategic goals, and then partner to operationalize DEI priorities, monitor outcomes, and sustain progress. Now, what does that look at the granular level? With those one-on-one interviews, we have deep conversations with leaders with very specific scripts or questions where we understand where you are today and where you hope to be tomorrow. We facilitate small group sessions to surface priorities, barriers, and opportunities across business lines. And we use thematic and sentiment analysis to identify organizational strengths and readiness indicators. We do essentially a trifactor approach because we code looking for themes, trends, and instead of anecdotal opportunity, because we want to make sure that these are auditable, validated, and aligned so that they're able to be defended against the policies, fiduciary regulations, and both state and federal law. Also, in terms of additional data review with regard to audit. So we look at procurement, investment, health programs, and all of those things that you track in terms of success and readiness. Finally, we facilitate and co-design workshops with leaders, staff, and partners, as well as establishing goals and KPIs under each DEI pillar representing metrics, inclusive culture benchmarks, supplier diversity strategies, again, all compliant with Proposition 208, health equity targets, and investment accountability indicators. The thing I believe that we're most proud of as part of this approach is to build a community of practice. Now, oftentimes, when a consultant comes into an organization, they set up the scenario that you understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve for. You'll get a roadmap and a plan and some data or KPI goals that you track to measure success. But the thing that we hear, because we work with governments at the local, county, state, and federal level, where they want to know, well, they ask, what do we do with all of this information, right? We're not the DEI experts, but for me, the important thing is to make sure that these things are embedded and that they can be owned by staff and leaders within CalPERS. So building a community of practice means that we provide, as part of our fee schedule, the training, tools, and support so that you'll be able to own that forevermore. So we may be with you for 2 years or possibly 4, but that is the process to upskill, train, and make sure that this is embedded as part of the culture of what you do. It's data informed, and that you have the internal talent and capacity to drive and operationalize these things forward. Having a community of practice, particularly with folks that will say that they're not DEI leaders, but they may be good in operations. It's how do we operationalize and embed these things for success? We look at where you are, and I don't believe that you throw away the baby with the bathwater, right? We look at where you are and grow you into a better organization that is compliant, that is defensible, that's data informed and aligned.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Frank, you have to push a button. Mr. Rufino, go ahead. Question number 2.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning. So, given ongoing changes in the legal environment affecting DEI programs, including recent court decisions, how will your firm guide CalPERS in adopting its DEI efforts while ensuring compliance with Proposition 209 and other applicable laws? Please describe your process for staying current with legal and best practice developments and how you incorporate these into your consulting approach.
Thank you so very much for that question. Great question. One of the things that I'm extremely proud of is the fact that I'm the vice chair of the Northwest Industry Liaison Group. That means that I convene Fortune 500, Fortune 100, and Fortune 50 organizations, governments, university systems, health systems, and many others to convenings for the Pacific Northwest and the West Coast region. So I meet quarterly with the federal government, with the Department of Labor, with EEOC, and the Department of Justice sometimes, as well as close and regular monitoring of those states and changes in both state law, constitutional law, and policies for all of the states that make up the Northwest region, including the state of California. And by the way, I'm a California-based business as well, registered as a foreign entity. So because of that, it's of primary concern for me to know what those updates are, because I'm one of those people that guides and leads that alignment in terms of update of information for folks like Washington State's government or Amazon or Microsoft and many other entities. So it's of primary concern to make sure that quarterly we are always updating and aligning. That happens on a month-to-month basis. We just convene and advise many others with regard to that alignment. But we also partner very closely with Corporation Counsel, Attorney General's offices, and many others to make sure that we are providing the best guidance and insight. We have attorneys that we use that are part of staff that also make sure that they monitor, update, and regularly advise. So we get information directly from the horse's mouth to make sure that we are always compliant. We follow, in particular, what's happening with the state of California around 209, that I think is essentially the best place to be, that you don't pick people because of the boxes that they check because we want to create winners or losers. But the goal is that we create a system that we don't need to be able to check boxes. But what we do is monitor for disparate impact. We monitor for participation. We track and monitor to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be their very best and to bring their very best in their lives, in their communities, and even in the workplace.
Thank you very much. Ms. Middleton, you have question, number 3.
All right, thank you. And thank you and welcome. CalPERS Sustainable Investments Programs works to deliver returns through identification, analysis, and management of high-value, sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainability principles is consideration of environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage your experience to guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
Well, first, I'll begin with this. I think that part of that fiduciary responsibility that you mentioned is first and foremost as keepers of the purse to make sure that you're making sound and wise judgments with regard to the investments with which you're entrusted to provide for not just people across the communities of California, but you have people that have retired that move to all points around the world. So your impact and your reach and your footprint is global. Your responsibility, though, your first concern is how do we do this and manage that trust around those social responsibilities for the people of the state of California. So earlier I talked about those social determinants of equity and impact. So those things that you would consider are, what does it look like to have access to affordable, healthy local food, health and human services, parks and natural resources, safe and efficient transportation, safe quality housing, community and public safety, early child development, economic development, equitable law and justice systems, equity in corporate practices, family wage jobs and job training, healthy built and natural environments, quality education, strong, vibrant neighborhoods, equitable access to participate in political institutions, and access to suffrage democracy or the ballot. What is your role in that? And so, I had a conversation with the president and CEO and his senior leadership team in a wealth management company. And I sat down with them and I said, tell me why the world is better because you exist in it. Because what your staff and your leadership in the room told me is that it's your responsibility to make sure that you do well. But then they talked about the characteristics of the people that represented most of their customer base. And I asked them, then, so you exist to help people that, according to you all, are conservative, wealthy people of a particular community, and you seek to make wealthy people more wealthy? And they looked at each other, and the president and CEO of the organization said, no, that's not at all what we do. We provide services, tools, and information so that anyone can map out and make plans for their goals for themselves, for their families, and often their communities. And it may be that is of someone that budgets in a notebook or someone that has a family office or foundation office. But we do that so that everyone can accomplish their own personal financial, healthcare, and other goals. And so how I recommend and how I advise that is to look at those 5 pillars and ensure that in the investments that you make, in the decisions that you do, and in the directives and orders that you give across CalPERS, is that we're aligning and looking at disparity. We're monitoring the health and success and wellness of communities across the state of California and those individuals who may or may not have what they need in order to exist so that they may thrive. You look at where communities do well and communities don't, and you make decisions to ensure that there is equal access, opportunity, and the promise of outcome. And you do that by regular and close monitoring, looking at data, looking at information, getting feedback from folks that you serve and feedback from staff, communities, governments, and in many places. But it's always in regular and consistent monitoring, update, data, guidance, and information, because you always want to have something that is validated, auditable, and that there is a trail that essentially provides the data information that you have to make those informed decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Middleton. You have to push your button. Mr. Miller, go ahead.
CalPERS seeks to advance equitable health outcomes for its members and their families. Please discuss how you will leverage your experience to help support the efforts of our healthcare program and ensure our members can attain the highest level of quality health care.
Part of the role and responsibility I've played over the course of my career is through my firm, I've been a embedded vice president of equity for a health system while we sought to recruit and hire their vice president of equity, and I did that for more than 12 months. I've worked as the head of diversity, equity, and inclusion for the 4th largest health system in the United States, including health systems, specifically St. Joseph, across and Providence across the state of California, but I've done that across Minnesota, Oregon, Washington, and many others. I've been an advisor for Comagin Health as well for their board, their regional boards, and provided that guidance and insight as well. I participated directly, as well as members of my team, for more than 5 years to talk about health equity, population health, the Affordable Care Act, and the promise of monitoring regularly community health needs assessments and the community health plan, the community health action plans that are resultant. So I'm very familiar with healthcare. I've worked as a leader in healthcare. I know that considering social determinants of health and population health have a direct correlation in articulating and identifying outcomes. Oftentimes I find myself talking to governments and other entities to advise them of the requirement of healthcare providers to ensure that they have a community health improvement plan, which means that they have to know as a system why people are sick, why people are dying, and what the priorities are from state to state, county by county, and even by zip code. Who is insured, who is uninsured, who has access to long-term care, who doesn't have access to long-term care, how are people living, what do homelessness rates look like, and all of these things. So being a leader nationally in the realm of healthcare for more than 15 years, advising the Secretary of Health when the state of Washington, for example, declared that race was a public health crisis, working in Wisconsin to help them identify and articulate a plan when they said that race was a public health crisis. And I was there for more than 16 months, but for many years I've worked with governments, boards, and entities just like yourself to educate, upskill, and make aware. I've built plans and helped to change state law in different places, change local policy in many places, but more importantly, to help entities like yourself make articulable, auditable, data-informed plans where we take the best of information and our relationships across healthcare nationally and bring those experts to the table if need be. But we have a proven track record of making those determinations and decisions in a collaborative and partnership way.
Thank you very much for that answer. I have the next question. Please provide an example of an an environmental scan or gap assessment you've conducted, and what actionable outcomes have resulted, and how do you ensure your analysis is data-driven?
If you don't mind, I'll use the ones that I don't have non-disclosure agreements with, because corporate partners usually make you sign those, but I'll share ones that I have that I can disclose. One such example was with a municipality, the city of Kirkland, Washington. They wanted to do a community-wide scan as well. We use the same process that we're proposing for you, which ironically aligns perfectly with your 5 pillars. We did one-on-one leadership insight interviews. We did a workplace culture survey. We did a community-wide survey of culture as well as listening sessions. We also seated a community advisory body that served at the pleasure of both the city council and the city manager's office. But they wanted to make sure that they were able to compensate those members of the community whose time was valuable that were not going to be compensated. Part of my recommendation was that we provided a stipend so each member could serve in an advisory capacity to be kind of I'm going to age myself, the Jiminy Cricket on my shoulder. And I wanted to make sure that that happened. And we do that with every needs assessment body. Now, local governments don't necessarily have the policy or the process in place to allow for that without people being compensated as a business. My business, without any charge back to the client, provided the ability for them to function as 1099s under the umbrella of my organization as well as to be covered by insurance. We put them into my ADP system and we were able to provide pass-through for them to be compensated. We've done that in many different places, and we give them a 1099 at the end of the year. Because I think that when you look for people that serve as in an advisory body, when they're giving their time, especially when they don't have the benefit of wealth, it's fair that if everybody in the room is being compensated, they should be compensated as well. We like to make sure that there is also a deliverable that shares the recommendation of that body so that people can ask, and be told, so we know what your team said. What did that group of advisors made up of members of our community say? So you would see the complete plan of recommendations that we provided, but also we had a breakout of what they recommended, suggested as well. It was data informed. We also began each of those engagements with a community scan. I have 2 staff that are dedicated to outreach and engagement, and they don't just send emails, but they make phone calls to all of the representative bodies that we want to make sure that we connect with and touch, including justice impacted, unhoused, immigrant communities, educational leaders, nonprofit NGOs, housing, and many other places where you would have influence or have impact across the community, because it's important to me to make sure that you build no solution for anyone without bringing them to the table. So build no solution for me without me. In the state of California, your constituents are going to demand build no solutions for us without us. So we work with CalPERS and your staff to identify either internally but also externally people that may come to the table in an advisory capacity that would serve at your pleasure, to be able to provide insight to ensure that the work that we're doing is truly reflective of both the needs, wants, and desires of the people that we're all charged to represent as part of this process. And so that's some of what we deal with in that regard.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to call on Mr. Pacheco. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning. At CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
Thank you so much for that. One of the strengths of our firm is part of that organizational scan, that assessment that we do, where we collect hundreds of documents where those are coded and we look for themes and insights. Part of that process is to look at the full employee life cycle, where you're advertising for a role, the efficacy of those places to ensure that you're getting the breadth of diversity that you would hope to have as part of that representative process. And we break it down from the introduction of opportunity, how those job descriptions are written, where you place firms that you use, and the impact that you get in terms of the desired outcome of using those services. We look at the screening process, we review the interview process, and we look at the data relative to representation, especially as part of culture for CalPERS, because again, that's one of your pillars. We also look at opportunity, advancement, bench strength, and even as people leave, we review exit interviews and insights from those processes. And if there are gaps as part of our recommendations, we make sure that there are things that happen strategically to close those gaps so that you can gather that information. As you know, part of 209 requires that none of us are able to afford an opportunity, give jobs, promotions, or pay because of gender, race, background, color, or creed. And so what we do is we look at disparate impact. We track data. We want to make sure that you have a wide net cast, that everybody has the opportunity to serve. And when we look at data, we also look at trending, so that if we find things that fall outside of the means within the range of what would be typical, and we don't look at just 1 year, we'll look at 5 years, year over year, in terms of data around employee life cycle. Because to look at 1 year means that we're looking at something anecdotally. We benchmark you against other agencies within the state or local municipalities, but we look also in terms of benchmarking at other similarly situated organizations, whether they're public or private. But for the purposes of CalPERS, we look at also those organizations that sometimes may be private simply because of the fact that you are wealth management, your pension and resource management. So we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, particularly when it comes to job growth, retention, and opportunity. So again, we use a data-informed approach. We look at where you are, we look at year over year, we benchmark, and we make sure that what we're trying to solve is the thing that we're trying to solve. We build plans and strategies that are responsive to that. We develop with you KPIs and targets. As part of that community of practice, we make sure that we're providing for training and insight for those folks that are HR business partners or HR managers. We provide tools and information required that we feel is required and necessary to be able to track and monitor. So that they're able to own the strategy and the work that they do and be able to report that progress back to you either quarterly, semi-annually, or annually, minimally.
Thank you very much for your answer. Next, I'm going to call on Mr. Palkey to ask question number 7.
Thank you. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
Thank you so much for that question. That is, I think, one of the more important things that we do, because as part of these milestones that we create to get data at every juncture of this assessment process, built within that could be 5 or 50 different recommendations. You can't boil the ocean all at once. You take it one, well, I shouldn't say boil. You can't feed all of the birds all at once. Sometimes you break the seeds into bits. And so you look at those things that are thematic, that are trends across all of these deliverable points. But what we have to do is make sure that it is aligned with your strategic goals and the broader strategic plan. Because the hope is that this body of work is not something that you can look at that is separate and aside. You don't create a DEI 5-year plan or 3-year plan that is something that you extract from every other business vertical, because every leader and every business vertical is responsible for the implementation and operationalization of this work, and all of them help to inform it. We don't look at just HR. Whenever we see people move DEI work into HR, my guidance is that that is where the plan then goes to die. And so this has to be owned by the board and every leader that serves at your pleasure. This has to happen across all of the entity, which means that it informs everything that you do. DEI is the lens through which you see the things that you're doing already. This process is to look at what you're doing as part of that strategic plan, aligned with your 5 pillars, and do that even better. And so the way that we do that is to use these strategies and recommendations to look at your strategic plan and those things that align with your 5 pillars, and build strategies that is actionable, that's consistent with your resource of both talent and time, and then the purse, to make sure that they are doing it in a way that is fiduciarily responsible, that is data informed and auditable, and that is aligned with both state, federal, and even local law. Every engagement. So that is not something that we do some of the time. We do that in public sector and private sector. And just quickly, if I can say, we did this within one state. We had clients that represented multiple municipalities within the same county. The county had their own equity strategy. The county didn't do the work to align its local municipality with their equity plan. We used their framework and their language to align what was happening in the municipalities so that the municipalities could benchmark against each other. The county didn't do it for themselves, but my firm did it for them.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we were at time expiration. Does the committee have any clarifying or follow-up questions for Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting? Ms. Gallegos.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you just talk a little bit more about the team that would be working with CalPERS and particularly Maximilian's role?
Absolutely talk about Max's role, but first, you know, to really drive it home, you have to understand how he got his name. So Max is a double-dappled dachshund that's registered with the Kennel Club. He's a very special little guy. And his full name, his government name, is Maximilian Spartacus Ray. Now, people have thought that he was named after Formula One drivers, and of course, Max Scherberger, because he has the same eye color as a gentleman that was recently playing for the World Series title. but Max is a leader among leaders. He's a gladiator and a person that is the freer of slaves. And so he got that name because he is the strongest leader. He's a liberator, and he brings peace and calm in storms. So that is Max, and the role that he plays is to be the keeper of the peace. And so, at your pleasure, I also tell people, and don't hold me on this, but I do often promise that if Max is required to come to meetings, he is also available to come and be in person.
Thank you. I do want to know about the rest of the team, though.
Yes. And so in terms of the rest of the team, we are a firm of 13. We have 2 staff that work internationally. They are also under the same roof. But Michael Washington, again, more than 30 years experience in the corporate and public and private space, expert extraordinaire, master subject matter expert in supplier diversity, organizational development and design. Dr. Miriam Hawkins has worked in healthcare, wealth management, has worked on all of my projects, both of them for the last 5 years as well, all under one roof. I don't have to do a patchwork to pull the team together. She is an expert at the triangulation. She and I work together to build dashboards that are, as well as heat maps to identify. So when you talk about how do you look at the granular level, we build a heat map that is color coded, that's easy to understand and read. We build these things that are ADA compliant. We ensure that there is accessibility and opportunity. That's one of the functions that Joanna Rivas plays. We are a multilingual staff. We are diverse staff. We have both veterans, people with disabilities, people of color, and women, as well as folks on the LGBTQ community present on our staff. I think that we bring the best of the best. Nelia Viloria is a consummate expert in both the public and private space. She is a project manager. She ensures seamless integration. She makes sure that we under-promise and over-deliver. We use a project management platform and a full wealth of services that also come as part of that package, so that we can, behind the shield of Amazon Web Services and master security, provide for multiple levels of security that, by the way, has passed the muster of our insurance clients, our wealth management clients, and healthcare clients. And as you know, when you want to put their information behind your paywall, that is the hardest body of clients to satisfy with the highest level of security and standard. So that's the team. You have a team of 5, but you have also at your availability any of the staff to be able to meet need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicole Griffith.
Thank you. Good morning. How many clients do you currently have overall?
Currently, we have 6 clients on the catalog.
Thank you.
We only take clients where we're able to provide 110% of our time in terms of resource. We don't fill up the catalog and go over capacity that would require us to bring in people that are not part of our staff. So you have the full commitment and availability of our staff. And then should we be able to have the opportunity to work with CalPERS, the window would start to close, but we only work to capacity where we can give you 110% of our time and attention.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much. This concludes your interview, and I do want to thank you for your time today. And if you would, please exit the auditorium. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Can I get a 10-minute break? A little wellness break here? Thank you. The board has been here for a little bit, so yeah, we had to take a little bit of a break. At this time, I would like to welcome Ferdman Consulting. I want to make sure that's everybody you have is up here right now. Okay. Your firm was asked to not view the interviews that preceded you, so can you confirm To the best of your knowledge, your firm did not view those interviews.
We did not, I so confirm.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation. And staff, if you would please start the clock for 5 minutes when Ferdman Consulting staff starts to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, President Taylor, members of the board, CalPERS staff, and everyone present. We are honored to join CalPERS's DEI journey, which embodies leadership, integrity, and commitment to your people, and a resilient confidence that diversity, equity, and inclusion are not an add-on to organizational excellence, but foundational to achieving your vision and strategic goals. At the heart of any lasting change is a vital tension between who we are as full, complex human beings and the systems and structures that shape our experience and impact. Inclusion lives in that both-and space, which you have navigated with remarkable focus for years while staying true to your mission. I'm Dr. Bernardo Ferdman, principal of Ferdman Consulting, joined today by Ephanis Henderson and Dr. Carlos Miller, two of our core team members. Our team brings broad and deep expertise in leadership and organization development and change, and in DI assessment strategy and systems design. We have all spent our careers helping organizations to build inclusive environments that strengthen performance, culture, and trust. Some of us are longtime Californians, and we all have extensive experience in shaping DEI at scale, including as chief diversity officers, global inclusion strategists, or scholars who have set national and international standards for DEI excellence. Beyond credentials, our identities and lived experiences also matter. As a 66-year-old immigrant from Argentina in the US since 1966 and a native Spanish speaker, I deeply understand the importance of navigating identity and belonging and building bridges across cultures.
I'm Ephanis Henderson.
Push your button. Thank you.
I'm Ephanis Henderson, proud father of 3 Morehouse graduates. I bring over 40 years of global diversity, equity, and sustainability experience, including that as Chief Diversity Officer for Weyerhaeuser Company. I'm the co-founder of the Institute for Sustainable Diversity and Inclusion, and I served as the convener for the working group that established the first global ISO standard for diversity and inclusion. As a practitioner, I believe that inclusion and stakeholder stewardship go hand in hand.
And I'm Dr. Carlos Miller. I'm a specialist in organizational behavior and culture transformation. I've helped leaders link DEI to measurable business outcomes from strategy to everyday practice. As a neurodivergent Black woman, mom, scientist, and educator, I've seen how systems can either limit or unleash people's potential. My work focuses on translating strategy into everyday operations and creating inclusive environments that drive excellence. Together, our team integrates lived experience and global perspective. We know that CalPERS operates in a complex, visible environment, and that's why our approach balances governance and accountability with human connection and collaboration.
Our approach to inclusive excellence is both straightforward and multifaceted. First, it's not just about numbers, it's about what we do with our diversity. It's also a positive approach. Inclusion is for everyone, not just for some. And how we are every day matters. It's about what we do here and now with each other. And it's also about the strategic and systemic ways in which we align DEI with mission, vision, and values. Everyone has a role to play, individually and collectively, in the practice of inclusion. And we need to understand the complexities and nuances involved, including competing needs, perspectives, and identities, and embrace and address them in a both-and fashion. We illustrate our approach in this model. Inclusion is a continuous, multi-level, and multifaceted journey that requires strategic thinking and systemic approaches across all organizational dimensions.
We plan to bring this approach to life through our 4-phase process while honoring your long history of DEI work. You have built a strong foundation. Our work will involve partnering with you to deepen, integrate, and future-proof what has been done and to decide what else may be needed to move forward. We start by listening carefully to leaders, staff, and stakeholders. Then we assess and benchmark against peers, standards, and challenges, keeping in mind CalPERS' leading edge in this space. The 3rd phase involves co-creating an actionable roadmap that connects with your strategic plan. And finally, we will work to support implementation with coaching and tools that sustain progress.
Our work aligns directly with your 5 DEI pillars, and it's grounded in your core values so that you can strengthen what works, change what doesn't, and identify new opportunities. What's powerful about the framework is how interconnected the pillars are. We want to foster deeper integration across these 5 areas, strengthening talent management, informing investment strategies, and creating sustainable models for broader inclusion and equity.
We finish with 3 commitments to guide our approach to working with you. 1, responsible partnership. 2, a keen focus on measurable progress with clear metrics and transparency. And 3, heartfelt care for every person, because this is ultimately about serving all members of staff and Californians who depend on CalPERS. CalPERS has led with vision and courage. We would be delighted to partner with you to build better together, to strengthen systems, elevate people, and co-create a future defined by trust, equity, and lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening. With that, we'll proceed to the 35-minute question and answer. Ms. Walker?
Good morning.
Hold on, sorry. There you go.
All right, good morning. So please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS DEI framework, policies, and programs, including how you will identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. In your response, explain how your methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable.
Great question. Our approach involves, as Ephanis outlined a moment ago, first of all, finding out where you are, what you care about, where you've been, and how it matters to you, and where you'd like to go in the future. So truly listening and learning from you, the board members, the senior executives, and ideally from a broader representation of staff members and others. For example, the Diversity Advisory Council we see as being an important component of the process. We would love to meet with them as a group and possibly with individual members in the first phase. We might include a written questionnaire to identify perspectives, hopes, and suggestions, reviewing also documents and data. We've already learned a lot about where you've been from what we could find from public documents. So we would figure out and develop a more detailed work plan in collaboration with you and your staff. Then we would do a thorough review and assessment of what you've been doing, why you're doing it, and what the purposes are, and review that against what other organizations are doing, public and private, similar organizations, as you indicated in your RFP. And we are experts in the global diversity, equity, inclusion benchmarks. As you heard, Mr. Henderson has been developing standards, the ISO standards for diversity and inclusion as well. And so we would use those as a way to evaluate where you are. But what's most important is working with you closely to understand what is it that you're trying to do for the future, and how do you understand the context, the environmental, the legal context. Things are changing all the time in this space, as you know. It's unfortunately have become controversial for some people. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what this work is about and why it matters. So making that clear and understanding what the message needs to be here at CalPERS. What are the potential legal and reputational risks, but also what are the opportunities? What does it cost not to do something? And really future-proofing what you're doing. What we've done with other organizations and what we'd love to think about doing with you is think about what is it that you want to keep, what is it that you want to, where are you now, and what do you want to change to? Creating what we call from-to statements, a vision for the future that's really grounded in the successes of the past. And then we would, you asked about how we would make sure that our recommendations and our work would be actionable. That's what we're about. We don't want to do anything that is not something that you can do and integrate into the work. And we'd be working in this with you throughout. So we would constantly be checking. And when we've worked with other organizations, for example, I worked for 10 months with the Department of Toxic Substance Control, part of Kelly-Rae. I think one of you is very familiar with that. And we had a group, internal group, that created the recommendations with our guidance. So I think that's another way to do it. And so really partnering all along. Would you like to add anything?
The other thing that I would add to that is one, that there's no cookie cutter approach to this work. We believe that it should be a leader-led approach where you weigh in on what's important to you and not try to cover the waterfront. Try to focus on those high-impact things that make a difference from CalPERS, understanding your context, your customers, your stakeholders, and your employees as well.
All right, thank you very much. With that, our second question is from Ms. Willett. Go ahead.
Thank you. Given ongoing changes in the legal environment affecting DEI programs, including recent court decisions, how will your firm guide CalPERS in adapting its DEI efforts while ensuring compliance with Proposition 209 and other applicable laws? And please describe your process for staying current with legal and best practice developments and how you incorporate these into your consulting approach. Thank you.
You want to start?
Well, I have a background in human resource management. In fact, my career at Weyerhaeuser was in human resources. I led the diversity effort there, including our affirmative action and our relationships with the federal government and the compliance with various state and local laws. So for me, it's an ongoing task every day. So we study, number one, I do quite a bit of research on evolving legislation, both at the state level and at the national level. I come out of Washington State, where we had a proposition or Initiative 200. And so I'm familiar with some of the same kinds of concepts and strategies that are here in California. My view is that it's an ongoing process of staying in tune with, checking with the legal profession, understanding what's legal in terms of diversity, equity work, and what's illegal, and really helping to guide organizations through a process that ensures that they're in line with that. And so it's an ongoing process of learning and education and staying connected.
I think compliance is key. And so as Effin has said, we constantly look at that. I've worked with public agencies here in California at different levels, state, county, regional, local. And this is always a question. Worked with California State University San Marcos to develop their diversity and inclusion plan, again, which needed to be compliant. So we have a lot of experience with that. We include a member of our team who is a lawyer and has a background in employment law, and has been in that field for a long time. She also was a diversity, the head of diversity for the International Monetary Fund, so brings that perspective as well. But we believe it's important not just to think about the legal climate, but also what people understand, the public, your members, the people of California. And so there's always a tension there between the things we're hearing, the alarmist things we're hearing, and the need to move forward for the future of the state, which is what you are handling, is that tension, that paradox, that both-andness is really what you're going to have to keep managing, probably forever. And I think that's what we're used to doing, and helping people understand it at a granular level and also at a policy and legal level.
Yes, I would just add that and I really love that question, because that is our day-to-day work, is understanding what's evolving, what's changing, not only what is the law saying, but what is the spirit of the law and how it's being implemented. And so those are insights, like I said, as part of our daily practice that we would bring to the team and also to the work to make sure that you're also protected, but not watering down your efforts, that we're focused on doing what we say that we're focused on doing and helping you do what you say you're going to do, keeping it aligned to your values and to your mission, and making sure that the language also connects with that as well.
I know that you want to go to the next question, but I thought of something really important. I think the key is aligning it with what you're about and fundamental to the mission. It's easy to get distracted because there's the laws and the executive orders and a lot of the news. And unfortunately, it takes away from why this is a positive thing that you're doing that really matters. Aside from the terminology, which can always be adapted, it's really about integrating into the everyday work of the organization, the fiduciary responsibility, the responsibility to the members and their livelihoods and futures and their health. And health equity is so critical for everyone, is another piece of it. There's nothing illegal about making sure everybody's healthy. And I think that's what you're trying to do. And so I think obviously we have to look at the exact nuances and the pressures, that we're not ignoring any of those, but also focusing on the reason why and the pull towards the work.
Thank you very much for that answer. With that, we'll move on to question number 3. Ms. Gallegos for Controller Cohen.
Thank you. CalPERS Sustainable Investment Program works to deliver returns through the identification, analysis, and management of high-value sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainability principles is the consideration of environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage your experience to help guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
That's a small question, right?
Tongue-tied.
Yeah, shall I start that one?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just pausing because I'm taking in the depth of it a little bit. I think that's really the key, isn't it? Ultimately, that's what you're here to do, is to make sure there's a future for the people who depend on CalPERS. And where the staff also thrive, right? It's not just about the members, it's about the staff, it's about the state as a whole. It's even about the sustainability of the cities and governments whose staff are your members, right? Because they are paying into the funds and their budgets need to be managed as well, so they don't want to pay more. So it's really about all of us and all the citizens. So it's so important. Now, how are we going to do that? I think it's in a partnership. We do have some expertise, but we are not here for the investment expertise. That's your expertise, right? So we're here with the expertise of how do you really build diversity, equity, and inclusion principles and practices into the organization in a strategic way, in a way that's really human and also spread across the organization in a foundational way. And that your leadership in that space of the Sustainable Investment Program, looking at governance and sustainability, has affected the world, actually, not just California. And so it's really about being clear about which pieces of that are working, how you deal with the counter pressures that are out there, and how you want to adapt it. I know that you probably don't all agree on all of it, and so it's really about bringing in all those different points of view that exist in the board, in the public, internally, and trying to bring them out and think, how do you build them together? Not just say one side is going to win and the other side is going to lose, but how do you keep clear on what the ultimate goals are and then think about what are the right solutions that would work. Again, this is a collaborative process of finding what those solutions are. There isn't some magic wand that we're going to pull out and say, no, do this. This is what you're all struggling with. We're not here to give you the final answer on that particular question. We're here to help you process it, to do it in a way that really addresses the fundamental aspects of recognizing the diversity of the state and of the members, making it an inclusive organization, inclusive results in your investments, and making sure that they're equitable, that they build equity, but also are fair to the people now and in the future.
What I'd add to that is that this work, diversity, equity, and inclusion work, it's not just an employee or a workforce issue. It's increasingly becoming a stakeholder issue. And I worked with EPA, served on their National Advisory Council for looking at ways to integrate how you think about diversity with respect to sustainability, environmental stewardship, and so forth. And that is a very real thing in terms of investment strategies, because the public, the communities, the members are going to be looking to you to be fair and equitable in terms of how the decisions about the funds that generate their pension is going to be invested wisely and appropriately and so forth. So I think this education piece of showing that connection is very important. The other thing I'll say is I served as the president of the Environmental Education Association for the state of Washington several years ago, and we learned this growing connection of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so it's an important one for those of you who are investing the funds that the members really want to hope that you are investing wisely.
All right, thank you for that answer. Mr. DeToy, you have question number 4. Maybe. There you go.
Thank you. CalPERS seeks to advance equitable health outcomes for its members and their families. Please discuss how you'll leverage your expertise to help support the efforts of our healthcare program and ensure our members can attain the highest level of quality healthcare.
Yeah, great question. It was so nice to learn about what you're doing in this space. I've been working in this area for a bit also. I mentioned the Department of Toxic Substance Control, but more specifically, I worked with many Planned Parenthood affiliates, and we were looking at health equity as a very key part. In fact, we created this strategic plan for Planned Parenthood of Greater Texas, which, by the way, also has a lot of these pressures around the push against diversity, equity, inclusion in the state of Texas. They are so committed to equity, and in that organization, others, we used indices like the American Hospital Association's Racial Equity Index for people to learn about what's involved. A lot of it is not just what you're doing in your policies, which is obviously important, but how are people thinking about it? There's a combination of understanding the different levels of what's happening. How are the people who are in creating the health plans thinking about what the goals are and what the indicators of success are? And so really trying to analyze carefully what that looks like, and in a granular way, but also in a broad strategic way. In terms of leveraging the experience, it's really thinking about in those systemic ways and also bringing the tools that we have, right? You have your health equity index that you use, which is really a really key and cutting edge kind of thing to do. I think the challenge for you is not there. It's really raising the bar, having a higher level. You've had some increases in the results recently, which is great. I mean, in terms of the indicators that you're looking at, like diabetes and hypertension, and also just access to health. But this is going to be an increasing challenge, right? As healthcare becomes more expensive, as we're having fewer subsidies and things like that, as employers are looking at putting less money into it, it's a growing challenge, right? So thinking about all of that, and then thinking how do you continue to make it fair, that's the key to this, and doing, as I said, in a collaborative kind of way. This is not something that society has resolved yet. So I think you're at the leading edge here, and so we want to help you think about the key issues. This wasn't in healthcare, but I worked with Kumeya Shorter-Good, and I worked with USB Bank's philanthropic arm, right, with their team to think about what equity means. One of the challenges is really understanding what equity means and what it looks like. So really thinking about not just mitigative equity, but transformative equity. How do you use an equity lens to think about what you're doing in healthcare as well as in your investments, to think about what outcomes would look like? How do you think about health and not just preventing illness, for example? And so again, you're doing a lot of things in that area, so the key is to continue to integrate them, make them even more future-looking and even more integrated.
Yeah, the thing that I would also add to that, and I'll echo what's been said, is looking at health disparities. And DEI is a very important part of that, because there's no one-size-fits-all in terms of addressing inequities. You have to look at demographics, information, trends, where people are. That's where the environmental piece comes into play, in terms of, are people located in an area where, because of the pollution, it's creating more health disparities and so forth. So it's how do you think about that from a preventative point of view in terms of the things that you can do to prevent those disparities from occurring, and what's the treatment once they have been assessed and determined. And so I think as an organization like yours, you play a very significant role in helping to shape public opinion about that, and so the communications with it in terms of the stakeholders, the people, the members, all of those are very, very important. I've been working the last few years with an organization in the Washington State area, Health Point. It's a healthcare system that focuses on dental, that focuses on medical, and then focuses on inequities and so forth. So the communications piece is a very important one as society becomes much more diverse, and where people come with different languages and so forth. And so being able to translate what you're trying to do in languages that people can understand is a very important part of, I think, the process of this work as well.
Thank you for that answer. With that, I will go on to question number 5. Ms. Griffith?
Thank you. Please provide an example of an environmental scan or gap assessment you've conducted, and what actionable outcomes resulted, and how did you ensure your analysis is data-driven?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of which one to mention. Do you have one that you want to mention?
I can take it if you want.
You want to? Yeah, go.
Sure.
For it.
Well, first and foremost, I served as the convener for the ISO standard. That's the International Organization for Standardization, which is the world's largest standards-bearing organization. And so the question in terms of an environmental scan is looking at the whole array of areas that you can look at in terms of your organization's policies, your practices, your programs, and your mission. And so the environmental scan really starts with kind of understanding what's the problem you're trying to solve. I mean, you could solve a lot of problems, but the question is, do they impact who you are, how you move the organization forward in terms of your mission, your vision, and values? So the environmental scan is taking a look at those areas, those categories. Most people have focused on what I call the human resources life cycle, starting with workforce planning, recruitment and retention, talent development, and so forth. All of those are very important, but expanding it to who are the other stakeholders? How do you deliver and develop your products and services such that they resonate with the folks you're trying to serve, and so forth. So it's, in terms of the environmental scan, it's looking at what are the most significant gaps in terms of how we're doing that. And one of the gaps might be in terms of the composition of the workforce, but it could be some other things too. Are we serving the right communities? Do we have the right kind of communication skills to support those clients in those areas? And then building sort of a set of pillars that drive kind of how you're going to go about that. And those pillars generally then would have a set of actions, outcomes, measures, and key accountabilities. The key that we tell people is don't try to do everything. Focus on the things that are most important for you in carrying out your mission as an organization, and focus on those first. And assume some things are just a given that you do those things as part of the organization, but there are some things that are much more strategic in terms of your vision and your values and your strategic objectives.
So Dr. Miller and I worked on one when she was an internal member of an organization in the DEI function, and I was the consultant. So do you want to say something about that one?
Yes, we took a very in-depth approach. We collected archival data, and we also collected primary data from a sample of the workforce. So we were able to look both deep and wide to understand what is our current state assessment. So that's something that's an approach that we could take here as well. Taking a pulse first on the internal environment, putting together both qualitative and quantitative measures to understand where are we today, what has been some of the pain points, what have been some of the moments of joy, and then we also do a scan of the environment in which that we operate. So we look at not only the industries, but also the regional impacts, and we're then able to bring those two pieces of information together, the qualitative, the quantitative with the current existing measures that you have in place, and then also triangulating that with the archival data.
Yeah, the last thing I would add there is my role as an expert panelist for a resource called the Global Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Benchmarks. It's about 117 experts from around the world who have gotten together to basically to take the experience and the expertise from being in different industries, different sectors, different roles, different countries, and trying to and looking at the areas in which diversity, equity, inclusion functions, and dividing into 15 categories, and looking at what constitutes cutting edge work, best practices, what constitutes progressive work, what constitutes just doing something, what's more reactive. In other words, looking at different levels of progress as judged through the experience, and then using that as a way to gather data from stakeholders and different people in the organization, saying, where are we in it, right? So using the expertise of the people in the organization. So of course we need the statistics and the measures like you have in your regular reports on DEI, right? Those are important, but the meaning that's given to those needs to be done in a collective way. What do those mean? Why are we looking at those things? So I think we've spoken to that, but I wanted to reinforce that. But that tool is a free resource. It's very useful. I've used it with many different clients. And that data that we get in terms of the perceptions of where we are in making progress helps to align the organization to focus efforts, say we want to work more in this area. We're doing okay in this area, but we want to move from reactive to active or from active to progressive. And we don't necessarily need to be in best practices in every single area. How do we move the bar so that we do better by the people we're trying to serve?
Okay. Next question, Mr. Rufino, you're number 6.
Thank you, and good morning and welcome. So here at CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
Recruitment, retention, and succession planning, you said?
Equity and succession planning, yes.
Well, that first we would understand, as Evan has mentioned before, that is the talent life cycle. So we want to understand what have, I don't want to sound cliche, I was going to say what's working, what's not working, but who's at the table, who inadvertently, when we think about recruitment and succession planning, who's genuinely part of the conversation? How are these decisions being made? We look at the policies. What are the outcomes? So I love that you're focusing on equity, because we would also want to make sure we're understand how you're defining equity, how you're measuring and evaluating equitable outcomes. Then also, how is that information communicated to those who are also in those decision-making roles and in the rooms where the decisions are being made? I feel like I'm not a. I feel like
a song. Yeah,
it is a song. I want to be in the room where it happens. That's the song that was in my head, and you knew
That's right.
But that is the reality, though. Succession planning, decision-making on who's going to be hired, who's going to be promoted, it tends to happen in closed rooms. And so who is in the rooms when those decisions are being made, and are they proactive in challenging their own possible assumptions or biases? Are they willing to say, okay, I feel really, really strong about this one, but I know this I feel strongly about this candidate because I've worked with her before. I want to make sure that we have a process that we're able to evaluate equitably and fairly, that we're not just choosing Susie. I don't know who Susie is, but I'm thinking of Susie right now. We're not just choosing Susie because we know her or because we go to the same church, but we're truly evaluating based on a set of standards that we've all agreed upon, or at least those who are more connected to that particular role and the skills and the knowledge and abilities that are important for that role, that we're assessing it in a way that we're presenting ourselves from biased outcomes. So that's just one approach when I think in terms of selection, succession planning, and promotion.
Yeah, no, I think that's, what I would add to that, I want to focus on the word that you use, Mr. Rufino, the ensure. How would you ensure that the equitable practices and policies are in place? We cannot ensure that. That's something that you have to do, that the people, the staff have to do. It is in practice. That's why I talk about the practice of inclusion as well as equity. How do we embed that as an ethos, as a strategy, as values? And so the more that you embed that into the everyday way that you do work, the less it's something externally imposed, the more it's likely to take hold and become part of the way you do things. How do things work around here is the idea, right? Yes, there are the broad standards and policies, of course, and we'll look at those and talk about those and think about that. But just having a policy in place doesn't mean that it's lived. The issue is, what are people thinking about? How are they interacting with each other? And what are they thinking about when they do that? Who do they keep in mind? If I'm going to hire people, am I thinking about that people come in different ways? You know, do I think about neurodivergence? Do I think about sexual orientation? Do I think about gender roles and gender expression? And do I inadvertently or advertently make judgments about things based on things that, whether it's in my lived experience or not, I should be open to? And if we can do that, if we can really think about the range of where skill comes from and maybe open to that, we're much more likely to have policies and practices in place that will bring that talent, keep it, and benefit from it. But it's an ongoing practice. The policies and practices are important, but that's how you connect it with how we are with each other, what the norms are in the groups that we work with, and how we live it every day.
Yeah, I would like to comment that from a practitioner standpoint. I actually was the Director of Recruiting, Staffing, and Diversity for Weyerhaeuser Company for a number of years. And I also participated in succession planning processes, leadership development processes, onboarding processes, as well as learning and development processes within the organization. What I would tell you is that it has to be integrated within your ongoing processes, your human resources management systems within the organization. You're not going to want to create something separate and apart from, but to look at diversity, equity, and inclusion as a lens in all of those processes that you use, and to understand what is, number one, what's the problem we're trying to solve if we're talking about succession? Who's most impacted by the decision? Is it being done in a fair and consistent method that's aligned with the new regulatory environment that we have? So all of those things are important, but the key word for me would be integration. Integration into your ongoing processes and practices. Don't try to throw out what you've done. Build on it, make it better, and continue moving forward. Just remembering that this work is work that's adaptive work. You're never going to get there. It's an ongoing process of improvement from a high-performance, total quality perspective.
I love my team.
Anybody else? All right, thank you for answering that question. Question number 7 is with Lisa Middleton asking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and welcome and good morning. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
I'm going to kindly ask if you would repeat that, please.
Sure. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
Thank you.
That's key, making things practical and doable. So you take these broad goals and you have to translate them into something that you can actually see. Is it happening or not? What you don't measure doesn't get done very often, is the saying in this field. And so this is where the collaboration is so important. We're not there in the nitty-gritty of what's happening in the organization every day. This is why working with an internal group that's broadly representative is so important, and I'm hoping that the Diversity Advisory Council may be that group, but you'll have to let us know. But working with that group and with the key staff members and so on, it's translating these broad strict goals, as you mentioned, into measures that make sense for the organization. Again, that are not necessarily add-ons. They have to, as you indicated, they have to align, not just be measurable and achievable, they have to align with the strategies. They have to come from that. They have to really support the strategy. I think part of the future for DEI, as I understand was where you may be headed, is to think about how do you integrate across the pillars? How do you really make it part of everyday functioning? So as you measure how an individual is doing, how a group is doing, how a department is doing, how a whole unit is doing, this needs to be built in. And so that's much more likely that it's going to be a useful kind of measure, and that will align with your responsibilities, the fiduciary responsibilities, the legal risks, and the strategic plan. Those are always things you have to keep in mind, not just for DI, but I think for everything. Whatever you're doing should be aligned with your strategy, with your fiduciary responsibility. I was thinking about, why you don't have coffee today for all the people waiting in the room. And I thought, that's actually a good thing because you're saving money for your members, which is great. As I understand, all your administrative expenses come from the assets of the funds. So we are helping by paying for our own coffee, So it's a matter of the way you think about these things is what I'm trying to say. We can come in with our own goals, but we have to align our goals to the collective goals. And this is a collective process of connecting, communicating, engaging. And so I think this is the challenge. Again, I can't tell you that it's exactly this way and we're going to follow this exact method. I mean, we follow standard methods, like we go through a process, like with any strategic planning. You come up with the broad goals and you translate them into objectives, you make sure they work for people, and then you get a bunch of ideas from people, including ours, to say, okay, what are the best measures? And then you say, how's it gonna work? And then you land it. Like when I worked with a sanitary district recently. We worked with them for 3 years. We had a beautiful plan with lots of things, but in the end, it's what the leadership team is willing to take on. You know, they had to slow things down for good reason, because they were just overwhelmed. And they're trying to make sure that they're not raising their rates, which to them is fundamental. I had a lot of experience with them saying, no, we're not going to spend more money, we're not going to spend more money. So this is, you have to take that on throughout the process, not just do grandiose stuff that is never going to happen.
Yeah, what I would add to that, I agree with everything. I would say it starts with leadership effectiveness. Mm-hmm. And that means getting the leadership team on board with whatever it is you're doing and helping them understand it. Because if the leaders don't understand it, they may unintentionally sabotage it by the way they speak, they talk about it in relation, you're representing the organization. And so part of it is saying, okay, what are we, as we look at our strategies for the next 2 to 3 years, what's the problem that we should focus on in trying to solve with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion in terms of our business strategies and so forth? And what is the assessment process telling us about that? And what are the most significant, highest impact actions that should be taken by us, recognizing that you can't do everything, that you really need to zone in and focus very, very keenly on those, I call them critical 2 or 3 things that you're going to do in year 1, year 2, year 3. Because what we often see is organizations trying to cover the waterfront with everything and wind up doing very little of anything and not causing a lot of satisfaction by a group like a diversity council that may have been presenting those. So getting leaders on board, getting them to articulate the commitment and using that to drive the kinds of high priority things that have been suggested through the assessment process.
And if I could add on.
Thank you, your time's expired.
Oh, I had a good one too. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Well, does the committee have any clarifying or follow-up questions for Ferdman Consulting? Anybody? One? Go ahead.
I'll ask if there's anything you want to add to the last question.
I appreciate you. Yes. Yes, there is. I just wanted to talk about the very practical step-by-step approach that we would be able to take when looking at those assessment findings, connecting them back, looking at the findings and taking a step to say what aligns with the frameworks that are already in place, what aligns with the strategies that you all have already committed to, what has emerged that may be outside of those frameworks, those pillars, and those strategic objectives. And then assessing with each of those findings, almost like a heat map, just being really clear, like what puts us at legal risk, what are we doing really great, and are we telling that story, and making sure that we revisit that and keep that as part of the ongoing plan. And so that is a very overly simplistic way, but that is just a practical approach of how do we make sure that that what we take from this to making sure that those findings are connected to something that's actionable is by making sure that by design we're already considering that we're staying core to our values, refining and looking at measures. Are we measuring what we actually saying that we want to achieve and what we want to and hope to accomplish? Because sometimes we can be using one measure as a metric that really is not getting to the core of what it is that we hope to accomplish.
Yeah. Yeah, and what are people thinking about every day? I'm stuck with your DEI index. I forget what you call it exactly, but you have 3 items on your survey that you ask people, right? And they're really about belonging and a sense of connection. They're about respect, feeling respected, and they're about fairness. And those are fundamental parts of inclusion. And so you don't need a fancy thing to really get at the core. Now, the question is that what people are thinking about when a supervisor engages with a staff member or vice versa? Are they thinking about those things? Is that aligned with the other processes that are going on, with the communications, with the performance reviews that happen? And so that's the other piece of this, is to make sure that the different pieces are aligned and not just a bunch of disparate things, right? Having 72 indicators is not necessarily something to be proud of, right? That sometimes creates a strategic kind of mishmash, right? So often with strategy, when you review strategy and how you're doing, it's really helpful to think about what are the key things, right? What are you going to talk about at every leadership meeting to really, as a highlight, and then how does that cascade down to the things that people do every day?
I think it's stop, start, continue.
Right.
What do you stop doing? What do you continue doing? And what do you need to start doing?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was hoping we'd get that in. Any other questions from the board? All right, with that, I would like to thank the representatives from Ferdman Consulting for their time today. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
And I have to ask you to leave the auditorium.
Of course. Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And thanks for doing this.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you. Thank you. One more. So at this time, I'd like to invite all the representatives of Kerry Mitchell Browning LLC to present, and I think I see both of you. Your firm was asked not to view the interview that preceded you. Can you confirm to the best of your knowledge that your firm did not view that interview? You want to push your button? You probably both want to do that because you're both going to want to talk.
Yes, I can confirm that our firms did not watch any proceedings.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I would, you will have 5 minutes, it repeated something here. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then the board will ask questions for the remaining 35 minutes. So with that, I will leave you to your 5 minutes, and staff will start when you start talking.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I am Dr. Kerry Mitchell Brown, CEO of Kerry Mitchell Brown LLC and principal of KMB Consultancy. With me is Renee Manley. She is a principal of Manley Consulting Group. We are a joint firm between the two of us with a shared commitment. We don't just consult on DE&I. We've lived it, transformed it, and mastered it. This isn't theoretical for us. It's lived intelligence as Black women who have spent a combined total of 60+ years navigating and transforming systems. We are architects and subjects of systemic change. We've experienced what doesn't work, and we've proven what does.
Good morning. As mentioned, I'm Renee Manley. Manley Consulting Group stands at the intersection of financial excellence and social impact. After 2 decades in financial systems and pension fund governance, including serving as a trustee on a multi-billion-dollar pension fund, I founded this practice to serve organizations navigating exactly what CalPERS is navigating. I haven't just advised boards, I've been on boards, making fiduciary decisions with billions at stake. I've co-chaired the National Standards Committee on Civil Rights Audits, establishing the audit standards that companies now use. I'm currently a Harvard Fellow at the Center for Labor and a Just Economy, and I serve on the advisory board of the Council of Institutional Investors. I also mentor trustees and help, and in my role at CII, I help shape corporate governance policy. I delivered a 20% increase in diverse asset manager utilization and influence corporate governance at companies like Amazon and Facebook. Standards creation, not standards following. My work isn't about theory, it's about results.
K&B Consultancy was born from transforming organizations from the inside. I hold a PhD in Organizations and Management, certified in standards for 21st century leadership and Gestalt organizational psychology, as well as the civil rights standards that Renee helped to create. I served as the inaugural director of SEIU's Racial Justice Center, where I led the creation of permanent infrastructure, programs, policies, and practices that link economic and racial justice for 2 million members. And those things are still in place today. I've led transformations from Fortune 100 companies and numerous progressive forward-thinking organizations across various sectors. So together between Manley Consulting and K&B Consulting, we have, again, 60 plus years experience. We've influenced $100 billion in assets. We set standard authority. We transform to scale, and pension governance is our expertise. Most D&I consultants haven't navigated white male-dominant institutions from positions of both marginalization and leadership. We have. This lived experience isn't a credential, it's intelligence. We know what creates psychological safety because we've experienced what destroys it. We've watched superficial initiatives fail and have been instrumental in guiding processes toward proven results. Our success combines both this intelligence acquired through lived experience with rigorous methodology. So we address culture, systems, psychology, all simultaneously.
And here's what's unique about our positioning. I co-chaired the committee that created the Civil Rights Audit Standards. Kerry certified to implement them. Standards creation and standards certification, that combination does not exist elsewhere. And when I sit with your board of administration, I'm not just a consultant trying to understand board dynamics. I'm a peer who's been a trustee managing billions. I understand fiduciary duty, political complexity, and stakeholder accountability from the inside. And that insider intelligence, understanding what actually works versus what looks good on paper, can't be learned from research, it can only be lived. Our partnership model, Our partnership model is deliberate. KMB brings deep organizational transformation expertise. I bring financial systems and governance mastery. And together, together we're partners who understand cultural transformation and investment ecosystems. We serve organizations at the intersection of social justice, fiduciary excellence, exactly where CalPERS sits. We don't choose between equity and performance. We know that they're inseparable.
From the civil rights standards Renee helped to establish, if you are not at the table, then you are on the menu. We engage everyone whose voice matters in the transformation because sustainable change requires ownership, not just compliance. Every recommendation that we will make will align with your fiduciary duties. We frame DE&I through organizational performance and risk mitigation, not compliance theater. Our work survives legal challenges and political shifts because it's grounded in governance and not trends.
Thank you. We'll have to move on to the questions. Question number 1, I believe, is David. Yes. Mr. Miller, go ahead. Hold on one sec. Thought I got it. There you go.
All right. Please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS DEI framework, policies, and programs, including how you identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. In your response, explain how your methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable.
So describe the policies. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS DEI framework, policies, and programs, including how you identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. In your response, explain how your methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable.
Yes, the way that we review the policies, practices, and frameworks of CalPERS DEI is that we have a methodology and standards that are national standards that we will follow. Those standards do come with recommendations and approaches for implementing any gaps that we will discover. And the way that we will ensure that the recommendations are followed, again, we review our work through organizational performance, fiduciary responsibility, as well as any limitations by any legal or federal mandates to de-risk our approach.
All right. Thank you very much. Question number 2. I'm going to, given ongoing changes in the legal environment affecting DE&I programs, including recent court decisions, how will your firm guide CalPERS in adapting its DE&I efforts while ensuring compliance with Prop 209 and other applicable laws? Please describe your process for staying current with legal and best practice developments and how you incorporate these into your consulting approach.
You want to take that one?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think this is where our experience becomes invaluable. We've navigated Prop 209 constraints while managing assets. Every recommendation that we make will align with fiduciary duty first, and we will frame DEI through an organizational performance, risk mitigation, and member service. So keeping being certified and helping to establish those civil rights audit standards gives us a kind of a leg up because we are in the space, we are in the ecosystem. In addition to that, we are also be talking to peers and others who are navigating this kind of difficult and political legal system. So we will make sure that our recommendations not only identify gaps, but also eliminate just helps identify those legal constraints and how you can be in compliance and still achieve your goals.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right, thank you. With that, I will call on Mr. Pacheco for question number 3.
Yes, good morning. CalPERS Sustainable Investment Programs works to deliver returns through the identification, analysis, and management of high-value sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainability principles is the consideration of environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage your experience to help guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
Could you just repeat the question one more time?
Of course. CalPERS' Sustainable Investment Program works to deliver returns through the identification, analysis, and management of high-value sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainable principles is the consideration of environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage your experience to help guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
Thank you for that question. So this is where Renee's experience with diverse asset manager utilization is directly applicable. She's delivered a 20% increase in diverse asset manager utilization while maintaining strong performance. Our approach is identifying qualified, diverse asset managers isn't just about searching and developing relationships. It's about understanding the capacity and creating pathways for emerging managers. D&I investments must be aligned with fiduciary duty. We focus on expanding, not compromising investment standards. Through Renee's Council of Institutional Investor work, she knows how pension funds can use shareholder engagement to advance diversity on boards and in the portfolio. As part of sustainable investment risk analysis, it's not separate from investment performance, so we'll take a close look at that. And then there's also benchmarking, so we'll analyze CalPERS and identify expansion opportunities where appropriate. So the key is framing investments, D&I through fiduciary lens, and ensuring that we create the conditions for better governance and performance. Anything you want to add?
Anything to add?
I'll just say that we know that your approaches have to understand, withstand the legal scrutiny as well as the organizational mission, including your investor investment outcomes. So that is what it's exactly what we will deliver. We will help make CalPERS more resilient, stronger, and better positioned to serve their members by taking into consideration those benchmark and those investor strategies that you're committed to.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, question number 4 falls to Mr. Palkey. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning. CalPERS seeks to advance equitable health outcomes for its members and their families. Please discuss how you will leverage your experience to help support the efforts of our healthcare program and ensure our members can attain the highest level of quality healthcare.
Thank you for that question. Health equity is about ensuring that all members have opportunity to attain the highest level of health possible, regardless of race, geography, socioeconomic status, and this aligns perfectly with CalPERS' mission on serving all members well. So my experiences include working with healthcare organizations and equitable service delivery. We will analyze disparities in health outcomes, develop strategies to reduce barriers to care, and training providers in health on culture competency. And so health equity for CalPERS is analyzing members' health data for disparities in outcomes and access, ensuring health plans networks serves diverse member populations equitably, communication strategies that reach all members effectively, plan, design that doesn't inadvertently create barriers for the most impacted populations, and accountability for health plans to address equity in care delivery. So it's not just morally right, it's fiscally responsible. Health disparities drive higher costs, and we'll be looking through that lens. And equitable access to and preventive care reduces long-term expenses, and so looking at how that is operationalized. Better member satisfaction also reduces turnover. And from a governance perspective, health equity aligns with fiduciary duties to serve members' interests, and will help you frame health equity initiatives through that lens.
And I'll just add that I think our experience in engaging and collaborating with CalPERS stakeholders also uniquely positions us to gain their perspective and to integrate it into your outcomes and the deliverables around this issue.
Thank you. All right, so question number 4, Ms. Walker. Wait, that was question number 4. Number 5, I mean.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. So please provide an example of an environmental scan or gap assessment you've conducted. Let me start again. Please provide an example of an environmental scan or gap assessment you've conducted, and what actionable outcomes resulted, and how do you ensure that your analysis is data-driven?
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So for a landscape study or a scan, it will, some of the things that we have done recently reflects our standard setting position. We've benchmarked against categories, not just the category that the firm was in, but others. And for CalPERS, that will be public sector leaders like other state pension funds, like New York, Illinois, Washington State, private sector excellence from Fortune 100 companies that with mature DE&I programs and nonprofit innovation. But we know these organizations from the inside out. Our network includes current and former executives, so we're not relying on public reports. We have peer conversations about what actually works, and so that was one of our processes as well. We segmented benchmarks by legal framework, and for CalPERS specifically, what works without Prop 209 constraints may not apply here, but we'll identify California-specific peers for learning. Because we sit on standards, setting committees and advisory boards, we have been able to identify what leading organizations are piloting, not just what they're implementing. Our work as diverse asset manager utilization and healthcare equity means that we can benchmark external-facing programs against industry leaders, not just internal culture work. And, you know, a strategic opportunity analysis shows where CalPERS can lead, where you can learn, and where you're already setting standards, and that's our practice.
I'll just add that this is not, you know, this work can be a challenge. And sometimes when you're engaged in the conversations and the collaborative dialogues, you really have to examine what is actually the companies, like our clients' ability to execute. And we might have to make some trade-offs in that conversation, like you said, identifying gaps, understanding resistance. But I think one of the things that we're very confident in is that if we can engage folks in very productive dialogues, identifying those gaps, and then working together to address those gaps, understanding what the priorities are, and delivering early wins is something that I think helps people get beyond the resistance phase, helps people kind of see the gaps and see where the solution-oriented collaborations can get us to, and I think that goes a long way to delivering the type of outcomes that CalPERS would want.
All right, thank you. Question number 6.
All right.
Ms.
thank you.
Willette.
Thank you. So here at CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
Do you want us to go over the question again?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Absolutely. So here at CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
Well, I think we want to focus on developing a strong internal partnership with CalPERS on this work, and hopefully with your DEI officer once you select them, and so that we're setting this up for success. Our ideal engagement would just be, again, how are we understanding the organizational landscape, building the relationships, doing the work together? Because we have been in the ecosystem, we understand the barriers. We also have the ability to create spaces where we can help facilitate the kind of psychological safety that leads to kind of transparency and kind of real dialogue that's necessary for us to execute in a really positive and sustainable way. We link all of this work, the talent retention, the investment performance, even the operational stuff, efficiencies, to create the type of durability and sustainable kinds of relationships and the kind of buy-in that, again, addresses the issues that you brought up, Ms. Willett. We're focused on expanding qualified candidate pools, removing the types of systemic barriers that we might identify, and ensuring merit-based selection from diverse talent pools. So this is both legally sound and organizationally beneficial. And then we will measure success through the organizational performance indicators, not just relying on demographic targets. So this aligns with your fiduciary obligations. So I know that boards need these type of approaches to withstand legal scrutiny while advancing organizational mission, and that's what we want to be able to deliver. We don't want to be in a position where we're creating additional legal exposure for CalPERS. We'll reduce it by making CalPERS stronger and more resilient and better positioned to serve their members by addressing, those employee talent recruitment and retention issues.
Anything else?
No.
All right, with that, I'm going to move on to question number 7. Ms. Gallegos. Maybe. There we go.
Okay, thank you. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
So we think about measuring in a variety of different ways. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
Okay, so first we think about measurement at 3 levels. Did we do what we said? And so we'll have the comprehensive assessment, and then we'll think through and look at board satisfaction, engagement and process and partnership. We'll think about stakeholder feedback, and then for measuring the outcomes, what changed. So measuring improvements in the organizational climate, progress across the 5 DE&I framework pillars, how did the integration move and anchor into the D&I, into its operations, its investments, and its health portfolio. And is CalPERS positioned as a standard setter, or are they following other standards? We'll work with you to establish baseline metrics earlier in the project. We'll set targets along the way, and we'll track progress throughout the 4th phase. Measurement isn't something that we impose, it's something that we will co-create on the recommendations to ensure that it is at the right time, at the right level of system, and that it's producing the impact that we want.
And I will say that we're not just going to deliver recommendations to you. We deliver them and develop them with you. So your team, the CalPERS team, can be and Manley Consulting Group, we are co-authors of the change, which creates accountability and buy-in. We'll help build CalPERS' internal capacity to sustain the work after we're gone. So we're transferring knowledge. We're not creating dependency in this situation. And then, for the board, we'll be having regular board touch points throughout all phases to keep this at a strategic priority level and making sure that we're addressing the issues that are important to you. When the board is engaged as partners, not just somebody who's going to get a report, the implementation happens in a different way, and it's more sustainable and it's more long-lasting. So that's one of the differences between us and your typical consultants. We've led transformation from the inside, and we know what exactly drives change versus what consultants kind of think drives change.
Okay. So you guys have some time left. I would like to ask if you'd like to add anything.
Well, we have a couple of things. You want to start? Yeah, go ahead. So if I were on this board, and I have been on boards like this, making these types of decisions, here's how I think about it. First, I'd ask, do they have any lived experience as trustees? Do they understand the investor ecosystem? Are they just external advisors? There's a difference between advising and doing. It's a difference between being in the ecosystem and kind of observing from an external vantage point. And the intelligence you get from someone who sat in your seat making billion-dollar decisions is irreplaceable. Second, I'd ask, are they following best practices or creating them? CalPERS is a leader, right? You need partners at your level, not consultants who are just telling you what everybody else is doing. And then third, I'd ask, what's the risk of getting it wrong? For a $500 billion fund in the current legal environment, the downside of maybe using someone who might be less expensive could be, increased legal exposure or reputational damage that far exceeds the cost of those savings. Fourth, I may be asked, am I getting principals or am I getting junior consultants after this is all over with? And, with us, you're getting the principals. So I choose a firm that's been where I am, operates at my level, and de-risk the engagement. And that's not always, the least expensive option, but it would be the right option for CalPERS in this moment, is our belief.
Yeah. And what I would ask is, are there internal change initiatives that are currently underway that will align with this work? Or what integration efforts might be possible and available for the work?
We're not here to answer questions for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Anything else?
Do you have anything else you want to add? No.
You got about 2 minutes left. Okay. With that, I want to thank you both for coming. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Huh? Oh, Deborah does want to ask a question. I thought we were done there. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. One question, given this is a joint venture, can you tell us what clients you currently have together as a joint venture or projects you've worked on together as a joint venture? Or would this be your first assignment?
This would be our first major assignment as a joint venture at this scale, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Just want to ask one question. You mentioned about your health outcomes. Can you elaborate on just who your stakeholders are? You were talking about stakeholders. You wanted to know who they were.
Repeat your question.
It was on health. It was question number 4 on the health outcomes.
Yes.
And you were mentioning persons or organizations you worked with stakeholders. Was that more broad based or just very narrow?
No, we work with organizations, with stakeholders. We consider the stakeholders to be the executive leadership team, as well as the board, in addition to the staff and faculty and the people who are there to receive the care. And so, and we also did talk to some outside funders as well as community hospital partners.
All right, very good then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing no further questions from the board. So with that, this does conclude your interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank both of you for your time today, and we're going to ask you to leave the auditorium, and I think we're going to take a lunch break here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to invite all representatives of Sage 71 to present, and I take it that's you? That is you? Okay.
That's me, thank you.
Your firm was asked not to view the interview. Oh, Frank's not here? You know, it's always Frank. It's always Frank. I'm going to start name calling Frank. Can you tell? All right. Your firm was asked not to view the interview that preceded you. Can you confirm to the best of your knowledge your firm did not view that previous interview?
I can confirm that.
All right, thank you. With that, you will have 5 minutes to do your presentation. Staff, please start the clock for the 5-minute presentation for Sage 71 when she starts to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you all to the entire board for having me. I founded Sage 71 after attending an NACD event in Laguna Beach about 2 years ago that was a masterclass on DEI. And what I found during that session was that even very sophisticated boards, particularly in that post-SCOTUS environment after the decision on higher education, were really struggling with the concepts of DEI and ESG and how to take that work forward. At the time, I was the Chief Diversity Officer at USAA, a large large financial services firm that supports the military with about over $100 billion of AUM, $109 billion in client deposits. There, I had transformed the DEI function from focusing not just on the workforce, which was incredibly important, but as a membership organization like CalPERS, focusing on members and how we could really enhance the financial security of our members, including for the first time getting data about how financial security of our members varied by different demographics, and having more insights about financial security and, frankly, financial insecurity among our membership. Before that, I'd been at Allstate, where in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, working directly with the CEO as his de facto chief of staff, established or reestablished Allstate's DEI program, which had been left to lapse in the prior years. One of the outcomes we had out of that that's directly related to CalPERS is we did the first $1 billion bond in the United States that was led exclusively by MWVBE firms. So not using any of the book runners, the majors that you would think about, but led exclusively. And that required a lot of risk management, right? Really thinking about how do we changed our standards of, not change our standards, but changed our processes in order to manage the risk effectively, use some different processes than we had used with book runners in the past, and be able to lift that. But we wanted to do it to send a signal to the market about what MWVBE firms could do in financial services that they weren't really being given the opportunity to do previously. Before that, I was at JP Morgan Chase, where I worked at international policy. The reason I bring that up is I also advised the EMEA Risk Committee, which had over $600 billion of AUM under its management and provided significant risk management insights into them, particularly geopolitical risk and coming from and cross-border risk. I bring that up because I want to share with you. I've sat with leaders in seats like you sit, right? Very sophisticated boards who are overseeing significant amounts of AUM. I've also sat on boards in my own right, the National Diversity Council, the National Sustainability Society. I'm currently on the advisory council for a VC firm focused on holistic wellness. And I'm certified with NACD and the Private Directors Association and the like. So I've been in this industry for over a decade at work operating at that level. Before that, I was 22 years in the Air Force, where I finished as on the National Security Council, leading European affairs, and so leading our relationship with those 49 countries. So I've operated in government sessions. I've operated in government environments. I've operated in sessions where, at the NSC, for example, every email I sent is in the public record, right? It's with NARA, and so I understand some of the unique complexities that CalPERS faces with your sunshine laws, with the amount of AUM you're managing, and the kinds of programs you're trying to bring forward to really help your members. I'm not going to get into the details of the existing RFP. I mean, we have the 4 phases, we would do that work, but I do want to talk to you a little bit about what I think I would bring that's a bit extra. Really working with you around the level of ambition and the risk appetite. I did that with 4 boards at USAA in the post-SCOTUS environment, and we found it to be transformative for the organization. And it started with building our guiding principles around it. The other piece is really thinking about in phases 2 and 3, what a what an expanded performance framework would look like as you think through how much does CalPERS want to lead on this and be in the front, or how much does CalPERS want to join consensus on it. And so I think that's the extra that I would bring to the table in addition to what you have in front of you in the RFP.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to proceed to the 35-minute question and answer segment of the interview. There's 7 questions. Please plan your time accordingly. Who did we have next? It was Mike. I thought it was. Okay, so the first question Mr. DeToy will ask. And staff, if you could start. Thank you.
Thank you. Please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS DEI framework, policies, and programs. Include how you identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. In your response, explain how your methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable.
Well, it starts with interviews at all levels of the organization. And frankly, starting with, I have imagined several of you on this panel, right? Thinking through what is your vision for DEI at CalPERS. Then it also talks about, it focuses on interviewing the executive staff, helping to understand where the program has come from. I mean, I've done a review of the program, obviously. It's a solid program. It has the 5 pillars. What I would want to understand is how can we better connect those pillars to the strategic goals of the organization. So it's clearly values driven, it's connected there, but there's parts of the strategic goals, for example, around the member experience, that I'm not sure entirely how it's connecting. So those would be the focus of my interview questions. Where are people today? What are they thinking about it? What's the level of ambition you, as the leaders of the oversight committee of this organization, what's the level of ambition you expect? What's the risk appetite you're willing to accept? And starting there. Then we move into the benchmarking phases. There's other, obviously this is the largest public pension fund in the US, but there's other organizations, both in the US and abroad, whether we think about Ontario, New York, and others. So really looking at their publicly available information, understanding what CalPERS is doing relative to those, assessing the level of maturity relative to others operating this space. But then also coming back, once we have those initial assessments, and having conversations of what makes sense in this particular context. California's a unique environment. The sunshine laws here are very unique. Prop 209 is very unique. So there's not everything that's going to translate from some of those comparator organizations into what California wants to do. So we'd have to have more conversations around that. But it comes down to interviewing, understanding the level of risk appetite, understanding where CalPERS wants to sit for compliance versus being like truly the thought leader in the space when it comes to public pensions, and then structuring the program around it relative to what others in this space are doing.
Thank you very much. Next question is number 2, and for that, I have Ms. Griffith.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Given the ongoing changes in the legal environment affecting DEI programs, including recent court decisions, how will your firm guide CalPERS in adapting its DEI efforts while ensuring compliance with Proposition 209 and other applicable laws? Please describe your process for staying current with legal and best practice developments and how you incorporate these into your consulting approach.
It's a great question. So first, it's also thinking through, again, like where does CalPERS want to be? If you think about levels maturity as a spectrum where a compliance-based program is on one end and being a true thought leader is the other, where does CalPERS want to be on there, be in there? And then relative to different categories, you have the 5 pillars. It may be you want to lead in one area and maybe join consensus with others on other parts of it. So really thinking through what that looks like. I'm not a lawyer by training, so I'm not going to say that Sage 71 can bring legal advice to this body. It can't. As you saw in my RFP, I stressed that very specifically. I would want to work with CalPERS general counsel on that because that's not an experience that we have or an expertise that we have in the firm. But I do keep very abreast. Obviously, I'm a member of NACD, member of the Private Directors Association, and part of several, still, even though I've stepped down from my roles, still engaged with a number of chief diversity officers and organizations of the kinds of level, sophistication, and complexity that CalPERS has. So I'm constantly staying up to date with that. But then I'd also really work with your general counsel around how we would make sure that the programs that are put in place are aligned with California law, in particular Proposition 209. I mean, there is a lot of work that can be done in veterans. There is a lot of work that's available there, but really the emphasis is around being aligned with 209, but then also having the knowledge about where there may be disparities in terms of what the member experience is. So getting that data, making sure that we're capturing that data in a way that's compliant with the law, and working with your team to help execute on that.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to question number 3, and Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. So CalPERS Sustainable Investment Program works to deliver returns through the identification, analysis, and management of high-value sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainability principles is the consideration of environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage your experience to help guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
It's obviously a very complex topic because you want to deliver returns, and the fund has a lot of members that are depending on it. I come from a sustainable investing background. When I was at USAA, we invested over $400 million in economic opportunity zones. With that came an opportunity to reduce some of our tax burden. So there are trade-offs in that space that we can find. I also was consulted on nearly all of our venture investments from an ESG and DEI perspective because I led both of those. When it really comes down to sustainable investing, it also, what CalPERS also has to decide is what signals does it want to send to the market. So for example, I was on the Impact Investing Advisory Committee of the Woman ETF. It's a YWCA co-branded ETF with iShares. There's also an NAACP co-branded ETF. Does CalPERS want to be in those sorts of investments? And if so, does it want to talk about it publicly that it's going to be in those sorts of investments? Those are strategic choices around how does CalPERS want to use its brand, it's the fact that it is the largest public pension fund in the US, to actually not just drive return for its members, but also drive the conversation about where investing should go in the United States. So I would want to work very closely with your investment team. You also have, a strong emerging asset manager program, diverse asset manager program, doing all the right things in terms of surveying. There is a little bit of weakness from my perspective in terms of the firms who are supplying investment advice and products to CalPERS and their pay equity programs. So that might be something also that CalPERS wants to think about in terms of, can you take that number from 33% to something a little bit higher around pay equity? So I think it's also in terms of how CalPERS wants to engage with those that are serving it and managing its money to try and promote more equity in the investment space.
Thank you very much. Our next question is number 4, and with that, Ms. Middleton, please go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome. CalPERS seeks to advance equitable health outcomes for its members and their families. Please discuss how you would leverage your experience to help support the efforts of our healthcare program and ensure our members can attain the highest level of quality health care.
It's a great question. There are parts of the program that exist today that are very strong. The work that's being done around preventing diabetes or managing diabetes more effectively, around hypertension, those are really important programs. But what's also clear to me in terms of preparing for this, it's not always connected. So when you look at what the CalPERS is talking about, its health outcomes in that report, and look at what's being said in the DEI report, there's overlap, but they aren't necessarily referencing each other. So I'd want to bring in more around being able to connect those things. That's one. The second is there's a lot of health outcomes that are really related to financial security. And so really thinking about what can be done, or what would CalPERS, what's the universe that exists, and then in that universe, what does CalPERS want to do to think about helping its members around financial security, which would then indirectly lead to better health outcomes. The work that I did at USAA was really around thinking about how did financial security affect other parts of our members' lives. We're talking about military families, veterans, and the like. And really getting a deeper understanding of what groups might be having not just dispirited outcomes, but dispirited sentiment around their financial security, I think is vitally important. So I would want it to be both a two-pronged approach, one around connecting what's happening in terms of the DEI pillar of health equity and the strategic goal around health outcomes, and really connecting this better, but then also really thinking about what else could be done to just enhance financial security across the board for the membership. And in doing that, also enhance health outcomes.
Wow, thank you very much. With that, we move on to question number 5, and that is Mr. Miller. Thank you. Nope.
There we go. Oh, got it.
There you go.
Please provide an example of an environmental scan or gap assessment that you've conducted and what actionable outcomes resulted. And how do you ensure your analysis is data-driven?
Yeah. I feel very strongly that DEI needs to be values-based, data-driven, and strategically aligned, right? If you're not hitting those 3 things, aligned with the strategy, built on your values, and driven by data, then the effort is not going to be connected to the strategy or the mission of the organization. The most recent work that I've done with that was when I was at USAA, and we wanted to understand, relative to other large financial institutions, what was our risk profile? So we broke it into very specific categories. What were our practices around supplier diversity, for example? What were our practices around workforce? What were our practices around benefits for our workforce? So really getting granular around it, reaching out to others in the industry through various forums to understand what precisely they were doing, and then understanding where we were on that spectrum between being compliant and being a thought leader and wanting to really put ourselves above average in all of those categories. But it was very detailed to the point of we ended up shifting a bit of our practices. We had put some conditionality into our supplier diversity program that we felt our risk appetite was no longer consistent with. And so we had to change some specifics around the way we were engaging with our supply base. That was around first right of refusal and a few other things. But what we also found was we had been working very hard to guide the program so that it was better than average. It was delivering for a workforce or for a community of our membership that's frankly one of the most diverse communities on the planet. When you think about who's serving in the military, thinking about who's coming into the military today, which are all Gen Z, unless they have a waiver. And so really wanting to align those outcomes with our membership and making sure that we were taking the appropriate risk with every single one of our practices that would be both where we wanted to be as an association and also defensible and defensible to all of our stakeholders, and frankly, trying to get to a point where our stakeholders would be excited and energized about the risk appetite that we were taking. And so those are those sort of details, like really at the practice level. And then thinking the other piece of it was laying out the principles that guided this work. So we knew we wanted to be aligned with our values. We did a full assessment of the mission statement. We did a full assessment of our whole framework, the guiding framework for the organization. And we added be inclusive to our behaviors. And then we integrated it into the performance expectations for every executive and integrated it in different ways, both qualitative and quantitatively, so that it wasn't just words on a page, but it was really accountability frameworks that our executive teams and people leaders had to live up to that would instantiate and make real the words that we were putting on paper about what the organization stood for.
Great answer. Thank you very much. I'm asking question number 6. At CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
One of the things, one place I would start is I would want to understand what information that may not be in the public record, but is in your private consultations that you're getting. Having worked with 4 boards at USAA, having worked with the All-State Board, having access to data and understanding what the trend lines were around that was vitally important, and we made sure that we had that data not just at the organizational level, but also at the appropriate level of subunit, so that people could understand what's happening, our boards, frankly, could understand what was happening across the organization at a slightly more granular level. This gets back to when I made my opening remarks about why I founded Sage 71. When I was at that NECD event, what I found the conversation to be was around some very narrow topics associated with workforce. And it was not the broad conversation that I would have expected about how are benefits benefiting everyone. Do you have a plan that enables family building for a number of situations, right? There wasn't as I was talking to board members, they weren't always getting the information that they needed or felt that they needed around time to first promotion based on different demographic factors and others. Like there's nuance in the data, but the data also has to be looked at from a very systems perspective of understanding what is actually happening with your succession planning, what is happening in terms of, you mentioned retention, what's happening in terms of allowing people to grow and succeed in the organization, and how long is that taking among different, when you compare different groups, and and making sure that that data and infrastructure is set up properly. Once you have that view, then you have a better understanding of where some interventions might be helpful inside of the organization in order to foster that. I would also want to encourage leaders to get people leaders to get more feedback around the core value of openness. So I've seen some results of your employee engagement survey. I would want to deep dive into that and understand, are leaders actually getting feedback about whether their teams think that they're being open, right? Because if that's a core value of the organization, it's the core value that you have that is most connected to inclusion. Do leaders, do they know whether they're getting, or whether they are adhering to that value or not, based on their team's perspective and peer perspective?
Okay. Number 7, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your service, ma'am.
Thank you.
At CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will, sorry, that was number 7, 6 number. This is number 7. Excuse me for my tardiness there. Number 7. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plans, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations? Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And this is obviously, from an outsider looking in, having done quite a bit of work to get ready for this, this is where I see one of the biggest opportunities for CalPERS. The values are clear. The stakeholders are clear. You could talk about whether community should be among the stakeholders, but the stakeholders are clear. The 5 pillars are clear. What's not entirely clear from my perspective, except when it comes to the health equity and health outcomes, is how the DEI pillars are connecting into the strategy. And in particular, connecting into the strategies around the strategic goal of member experience. Do we know what the members think about CalPERS' approach to inclusion? Do we know what the members would want from CalPERS' approach to inclusion? So I think connecting those and understanding what is, are there anything holding back those connections? And if so, are there barriers that need to be overcome? That's one. Second is around the performance framework. I mean, CalPERS has a very strong program. It has the 5 pillars. It has measures around each of those. It's a good, solid program to build from. Inside the performance framework, though, there are some measures that are activity measures, like did employees take the engagement survey? Wonderful. I mean, it's like participation is a good measure, but what are the outcomes associated with that? And so really thinking through what I would hope to do out of this work and partnering with you and with the executive team and frankly with the DEI team and some of others inside the organization is what's that right mix of activity-based measures and outcome-based measures that CalPERS wants to have on a go-forward basis. And that's where I think the real work will be done. And then you bring it back and say, okay, if we have those measures, how do you create shared accountability among people leaders, among the executive team, so that it becomes a shared responsibility to deliver on those outcomes and not just it's with, when the DEI office, or it's with the head of HR, or it's with the head of procurement, or it's with the head of investments, but really creating a shared accountability around each of those measures, including through the performance feedback, the performance framework for executives and people leaders.
All right. I'm still catching up. Okay, that was our last question. I want to know if the board, we have 5 minutes now for board to follow up. Does the board have any follow-up questions? Deborah? Maybe? There we go.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. I'll ask the first one, and if there are no other board members Then I'll ask the second. The first is, would this be your first assignment as Sage 71, working independently away from the organizations that you had serviced previously?
It would not be my first assignment working as Sage 71. It would be my first assignment at this level of complexity.
And then the second question is, how do you, it looks like you're a sole proprietor and work individually. How do you source help for things outside of perhaps legal? You said you'd work with CalPERS Legal, but there must be other areas where you might need to tap into for help. And I notice you don't use subcontractors either. So just tell us how you bolster the research that you're able to provide.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. I have a vast network that I tap into of people that I would engage through, that I would engage to assist with it. They wouldn't necessarily be subcontractors by the California statute for these responsibilities, but they would be people that I would lean on in order to help build the frameworks, help make sure we're asking the right questions. So as mentioned, I maintain a very strong connection into not just DEI practitioners, but others who touch the DEI space, whether it's from a research perspective, an academic perspective, or others. And so I would leverage that expertise, bringing it into my network in order to deliver on this engagement.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Do I have any other questions from the board? I'm seeing no more questions from the board, so I just want to, this concludes your interview, but I do want to take a moment to thank you for coming. And would ask you to, thank you very much, but please, you have to leave the auditorium. We have one more.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
So, welcome. So this is everybody. Okay, I just want to make sure. I have a question. Your firm was asked not to view the interviews that preceded you. Can you confirm, to the best of your knowledge, your firm did not view those interviews? Okay, great. Oh yeah, probably you all want to turn your mics on so you don't have to keep trying to turn
How's
them on.
that? Oh, yep.
Yep, there you go.
Confirmed.
So the NOVA Collective, thank you. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation. Staff, please start the clock for 5 minutes when the NOVA Collective staff starts to speak. So go ahead.
Is there a clicker that we have? Or? It's right next to you. Thank you so much. All right, beautiful. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. We are the NOVA Collective, and we have been providing strategic, accessible, and compliant DEI consulting services for over 8 years. We have deep public sector experience, as well as extensive experience doing this work with regulated financial institutions. This work has given us the insight needed to provide and meet and exceed the DEI goals for this project. I'm very excited to be here with my team and introduce some of our key personnel. Everyone that you have with you today has at least 5 years of experience providing DEI consulting on assessment and strategy, public, private sector, culture and talent management work, investment and healthcare sector DEI strategy, private, public, and nonprofit board advisory services, and between us, we have worked with hundreds of corporate clients. This team has directly led work with organizations such as CDSS, Federal Home Loan Bank, the Federal Reserve Bank, Jackson Hole Community Foundation, Delta, and Comcast. My name is Becca Glodowski, and I will serve as the lead consultant and strategic advisor on this project. And I'm excited to let the rest of my team introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Jackie Devine. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the research director at NOVA.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to meet everyone. Thank you so much, Jackie. I'm Taylor Witten. Pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'll be your operations and implementation lead. I'm also joined by Gabe Taylor, who will be your project manager.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nora Lee. My pronouns are she and her, and I would serve as the facilitation and training lead for this project. I'll pass it over back to Becca.
Thanks, everyone. We're always excited to highlight the rest of our team on the screen here to showcase our broad reach and extensive experience doing this work in a wide variety of contexts and institutions.
So we'd like to get into our proposed services a bit. First of all, we just want to talk about balance. So we know that board members and leaders who are making decisions around DEI and evaluating how they're working in DEI are balancing a lot. And so our role here is really to offer frameworks and tools and to help provide a clear understanding of how to make those decisions, all while holding those competing priorities. At NOVA, we've worked under Prop 209. We understand the environment and constraints, and we can help you balance it. We also know that you're balancing fiduciary duty and stewardship pressure. You're integrating ESGs and DEI as part of your long-term value, while also defending investor rights, all under intense public scrutiny, and we're here to help with that. So through the four-phased approach that you see on the slide here, this is how we propose to partner. Based on our experience doing similar interviews, research, alignment, and implementation projects with organizations, including the California Department of Health and Human Services, Federal Home Loan Bank, the American Society of Pharmacology and Experimental Therapies, among others, we will approach this work prioritizing equity and really expertly navigating those competing priorities and the complex landscape that you're working within. So with that, thank you so much for having us here today, and we look forward to your questions.
All right. All right, question number 1. Kevin? Yes. Okay, my finger is just not working. There we go. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Please describe your approach to reviewing CalPERS DEI framework, policies, and programs, including how you will identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. In your response, explain how your methodology ensures that any recommendations will be actionable.
Absolutely. Jackie, could you kick us off there?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we do audits of this kind, it's kind of a blend of looking at the materials that you are providing. So we'll do a policy and process audit where we are gathering your own materials. We're talking intensely with your groups and your stakeholders to really understand not only what the documents are telling us, but how they're enacted and how they're carried out in the day-to-day. So we're combining that with some secondary research to really understand the environment, understand the landscape that you're operating in, look at what other similar bodies are doing so that we can benchmark, we can look at best practices. So it's a combined methodological approach of not only doing a deep dive into your materials, but also doing secondary research around relevant themes and key priorities so that we can understand how your policies and processes are really situated in the greater environment so that we can look more fully at the gaps and opportunities. Taylor, is there more you'd add to that?
Thanks, Jackie. I would also add that we proactively build in capacity to make sure that we hear from key stakeholders, as well as specific learners as well, just to ensure that we're reaching the demographics that are needed for this programming.
We're very focused when we are building out those recommendations that implementation is front and center. So we do not just want to review and understand what's happening, but also understand how we can shift things and evolve through tangible, actionable next steps. And so we often build that through a scaffolded model where our recommendations start with what is doable in the short term, some things that are quickly able to be wins, and then building from there upon that experience so that there's scaffolding for individuals and the institution at large.
Excellent. All right, question number 2. Ms. Walker?
Good afternoon. So, given ongoing changes in the legal environment affecting DEI programs, including recent court decisions, how will your firm guide CalPERS in adapting its DEI efforts while ensuring compliance with Proposition 209 and other applicable laws? And please describe your process for staying current with legal and best practice developments and how you incorporate these into your consulting approach.
Definitely. So this work is completely rooted in what we do, and we have access because of our broad client base to seeing what is happening across a wide range of industries. And so we're working in corporate, government, and nonprofit sectors, and our finger is on the pulse on what is happening across states as well as across those different sectors. And so in many ways, our consistent work and the continued meetings that we have on an ongoing basis, those checkpoints that are weekly or biweekly for the vast majority of our work, provide us with insight into real-time changes that are happening, both from a legal standpoint as well as just general best practices. What is working? What are the challenges? Where are those patterns happening? I'll pass it to Jackie to talk a little bit about sort of the ongoing pulse that we keep.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one thing to know about us is that we're kind of news junkies. We are genuinely interested in what is going on in the world and in our country, and we've got folks who are looking around at what's going on for fun and interest, but also because we know it's so important to our business and so important to the ways that we are working with our clients. So we have a research team at Nova. We have quantitative and qualitative researchers. We do both primary and secondary research. And so secondary research is a really critical component to this, of making sure that we are looking deeply at what is happening in different parts of the country, in different industries. And like Becca said, we're constantly learning from our clients. We're learning from what they're facing and what is happening around our country, so that we can make sure that we are bringing a rigorous methodological approach to really understanding the broader landscape, staying on top of everything that's happening, and being able to apply it in relevant ways for the folks we're working with.
Taylor, could you talk a little bit about how we manage our relationships with our clients so that we have that ongoing touch point?
Thanks, Becca. Yeah, I'd love to talk about, we kind of shine when it comes to collaboration. We make the commitment not to create in a vacuum. We share insights and resources throughout the engagement, particularly to ensure that we're keeping a pulse with what's happening within your industry and the industry at large.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to question number 3. And for that, Ms. Willett, please.
Thank you. So CalPERS Sustainable Investment Program works to deliver returns through the identification, analysis, and management of high-value sustainable investment risks and opportunities. Included in our governance and sustainability principles is the consideration of environmental and social factors alongside our governance agenda. Discuss how you will leverage your experience to help guide our sustainable investment work and improve investment outcomes while meeting our fiduciary duty.
Absolutely. We will draw on our experience working in highly regulated environments with other organizations and entities that have to be managing both that fiduciary duty as well as their commitments and their values, their core values, and balancing those things. So our work with the Federal Home Loan Bank System, we were working in that highly regulated environment to still achieve meaningful DEI gains with decisions that both advance financial returns and have significant community impact. And Jackie spoke a little bit in our presentation about that idea of balance. And so when we work with entities like the Federal Home Loan Bank or the Jackson Hole Community Foundation, where we work directly with their board to provide recommendations for how to balance the values and commitments to ESG and DEI with that fiduciary duty, we would apply those same best practices to this work. And so having a deep understanding and a rigorous approach to reviewing documentation and current state so that we can provide those specific recommendations with that balance in mind would be core to our approach.
We also have a team that has a background in financial services. So I know personally I've worked at Allstate Insurance Company working with their ESGs directly. I also have worked for Scottrade, an investment brokerage, and I'm just one of the folks on the team that has a bit of financial background. So there are folks who have been focused on this with our client work and in previous roles.
Anything else, team?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so for question number 4, we have Deborah Gallegos. Go ahead, Deborah.
Great, thank you. CalPERS seeks to advance equitable health outcomes for its members and their families. Please discuss how you will leverage your experience to help support the efforts of our healthcare program and ensure our members can attain the highest level of quality healthcare.
Absolutely. So one of our largest programs that we worked on over the last 3 years was through CDSS, CalWorks and CalFresh. We delivered a strategic consulting and training program that reached over 3,500 county employees in 29 counties across the state of California. And that work gave us unique insight into how the social determinants of health can be used as an analog for providing equitable services and delivery across the state. And so we would leverage our experience and our understanding of those social determinants and specifically how they show up across the government in the state of California to deliver upon those goals and ensure that we're looking at sort of historical barriers. How are we breaking down barriers? How are we finding the way in so that there is access for all and we are still working within those compliance frameworks?
I would simply add that, when we're looking at this, we're looking at it through a broad lens, really race-neutral strategies to really increase access and keeping in mind those social determinants and those barriers to access, I think is really important.
All right. Thank you very much. Question number 5 goes to Mr. DeToy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please provide an example of an environmental scan or gap analysis that you've conducted, and what actionable outcomes resulted, and how do you ensure this analysis is data-driven?
Sure. Jackie, could I pass that to you to talk about ASA?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've done several organizational and environmental scans. One that Becca mentioned is for the American Statistical Association. So we were working directly with their board to really understand the math community is far more divisive than you or I probably knew. And so they were having some real issues around DEI and equity and some real ruptures within the community. And so we worked with them to understand not only what was going on in their corner of the world, but also how that fits into the institutions in which their members work and how they can bring those diverse perspectives around the different institutions throughout the country. They're bringing them all to ASA. They're bringing those backgrounds, and so how to help this organization and this board work more effectively together. So we did a comprehensive audit for them. We also ran focus groups with members in key positions. We talked extensively with their board, talked through governance, worked on communication strategy. So we had a lot of different pieces in motion to really help them navigate the complexity of that particular situation. And it was a very successful partnership. We were able to walk with them kind of start to finish through, hey, we've got this big rupture in the community, we don't know what to do about it, all the way to, okay, here's how we're moving forward, and really being able to work with them to move forward in a positive direction.
Nor, could you speak a little bit about the training component of that, the follow-on and those conversations and how those dialogues were managed by our team?
Yeah, so in that particular example, I think the coaching and the opportunities to bring folks together to think about multiple different aspects and ways to address those discrepancies was an opportunity for folks to hear from each other, an opportunity to reduce some of those discrepancies, I guess, excuse me. You want to say more about that, Jackie? I don't know if there was more.
Yeah, I think, their board was really open to learning as a way through. And so we were able to work with them, as I said, through that implementation piece also of helping train the board level folks and also helping them work through those governance issues and being able to really support them in implementing throughout the organization. One of the things that we really appreciate about that partnership and many of the partnerships that we have is that we're able to kind of start strong at the beginning, but then hand over the reins to folks. You know, we don't want our clients to be dependent on us to be able to carry out their programming. Really, our goal is to be able to make organizations be able to independently work through their DEI programs and being able to contact and educate their own folks. And so that was a really successful example of that.
I'll add only that when we're bringing folks together, it's really important for us to create inquiry within those spaces. And so a lot of times it's not presentational, but an opportunity for folks to create a space. We go in and as facilitators so that folks can talk to each other. And more often than not, that's really what folks are looking for, is an opportunity to talk to each other rather than at each other or just hearing from each other. And so just double tapping on that.
Jackie, would you mind speaking a bit to how we present data, how we're looking at demographics and the narrative and the story that we tell with that data so that it can be actionable and useful on the back end?
Yeah, absolutely. So we work with a great deal of data. As I mentioned, we're mixed methods researchers, so we're using both quantitative and qualitative methods and working through, as Becca said, some of the demographics, some of the identities that folks hold, and understanding how those identities can shape different experiences and perspectives among the group. We're always careful not to just aggregate data into one big chunk and say, okay, you know, here's the percentage of your folks that think XYZ. You know, those overall numbers are really helpful, but also getting that opportunity to dig deeper into the data and really understand how different folks are having different experiences, what might be contributing to that, and using those qualitative examples and inputs to really hear the story behind what's happening is really an important way for us to understand a situation or an environment.
Thank you. And Jackie and Noor just talked to a specific example at the American Statistical Association, but we have done similar programs in public sector organizations like the Village of River Forest, as well as private sector organizations like at Comcast and Delta, as well as financial institutions like FHLBC. So carrying that experience through and being able to build upon what we've learned across those industries, looking for patterns, as well as making sure that the work that we're doing is super tailored to the experiences within any individual organization.
Before we move on to the next question, Jackie, I would love for you to kind of share our perspective on cascading communications to make sure that our messaging is tailored for different audiences.
Yeah, absolutely. So communication is one of the things that is really critical to our work. It's one of the ways that we support clients throughout the process. We want to make sure there are multiple touch points with folks in the organization. We find too often that everybody says, hey, you know, we hired a vendor, we're going to do a thing, and then nobody hears about it again. So making sure that stakeholders are involved is a key piece of that. And that communication cascade that Taylor mentioned is really making sure that you understand what all the different audiences are, what messages those audiences need, when they need to hear them, who they need to hear them from, what format they use in order to consume their communication. So really putting together detailed, comprehensive plans around communication and how to cascade the right information throughout the organization in the right way is another critical piece of what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was everything. Okay, thank you. Question number 6, that's Nicole Griffiths. Go ahead.
Thank you. At CalPERS, we seek to cultivate a high-performing, equitable, and diverse workforce. How will you apply your experience to ensure processes are in place to strengthen diversity in recruitment, retention, equity, and succession planning?
Thank you. One of the things that we're most proud of are some of the structures and toolkits that we've built to help make hiring and creating diverse and inclusive workforces that are also centered in excellence are toolkits that are designed to be leveraged through a cascade of activities. So we know that a blanket statement of hire more equitably or hire a diverse workforce is not enough to get where we want to go. We've built these toolkits and implemented them at corporate organizations like Sally Beauty, PMG, and Civitas, as well as in public sector like the Village of River Forest. And these run a range of different tactics and tools depending on what's available and the difference between what any organization or entity is willing to do and unwilling to do based on both the compliance environment as well as an organization what the priorities and core values are. So that may include anything from a comprehensive staff development lifecycle toolkit where we look at everything from recruitment to onboarding to performance management and even succession planning, or something as contained as job description audits to ensure that as many people as possible feel compelled to submit applications and join the organization. And so, bless you. And so we're focused on building structures that are easy to pull apart so that individuals know their responsibility within the organization for carrying those activities forward, and also comprehensive. They're mutually reinforcing activities that build and sustain a workforce where folks can not only join, but also stay, grow, and thrive. Nora, could you speak a little bit about our toolkit that we implemented at CDSS and how that went for leaders there?
Yeah, the toolkits that we developed for CDSS allowed folks to really have those like takeaways and those sustainable tools to continue to be able to reference back to and in understanding what are the best practices and how to work with one another, and also provided an opportunity for folks to come together and really be able to get to know one another and understand each other's working styles. So those are really valuable spaces. We got some really amazing feedback and research on not only the toolkits themselves, but also the spaces created to go through those toolkits and opportunities for folks to really have some again, those takeaways and sustainable next steps.
Yeah. And oh, go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, part of our approach is not only to create the tactical items and the processes that folks can follow. We'll create everything from job descriptions to interview rubrics to all of the things. And that all is tactical and is useful and is really helpful in building that out throughout the organization. But we also really work hard on the philosophical elements of hiring and retention of a diverse workforce, helping people shift away from that "are you a culture fit" mentality to looking for more of a culture add mentality, and really shaping the way that folks think about who is the right candidate for a position, what backgrounds they're looking for, so that when folks come to your organization, they're finding people who want them to be there and believe that they should be there, and it's a more welcoming environment for folks to stay. So sorry, go ahead.
No worries. I was going to double tap on what Nora said, just around the tangible assets. So a part of that program, we were able to deliver toolkits and sustainment and reinforcement tools as well, including job aids, takeaways, posters, as well as video content.
And I think that summarizing our work specifically when it comes to equitable and inclusive hiring, we want to balance that sustainable, values-driven work with tactical tools that can be used and implemented right away. So going just one click deeper, that might look like reevaluating a scan of different job descriptions and providing a rubric for internal scoring job descriptions going forward, and making sure that those standards are being upheld and providing a tangible resource there, to interview guides that provide a better and easier look at how folks are being compared to the role as opposed to being compared to one another, so that we're building in equitable systems to that process. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rufino, you have question number 7.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as our Madam President said, I have question number 7, which happens to be the last question. How do you translate assessment findings into measurable, achievable goals that align with an organization's strategic plan, fiduciary responsibilities, and legal obligations?
I'll let you kick us off.
Yeah, I'll kick that one off. So really, for us, it starts with what are your strategic priorities, what are your fiduciary obligations, and what are your legal constraints? Because we want to understand the environment and we want to make sure that we're tying all of the measurement that we're doing to your overall objectives. So starting there, we will design custom assessments that will that ladder up to those particular priorities. So with any any research, we always want to start with, what do you want to know? And so once we figure out what we need to know, we can design the instruments that we need, either qualitative or quantitative or both, in order to really achieve those objectives. And then it becomes kind of a circular process, because we start with what you're trying to do. We designed research in order to achieve those objectives. We complete our assessments, we've got our data, and then we tie that analysis right back to where we started. Because it's really critical that we are situating our results and making sure that they are actionable, and that we are putting together structures that make the assessments, that make them make sense, but also make them sustainable for your organization. So one of the things that we do a lot of is strategic measurement planning, where we'll help you, we'll do the first round, right? But we'll help you put together structures and systems for data collection that fit into your existing processes. We're not looking to add work. We know your people have enough work to do. And so we want to understand what your existing processes are and ways that we could slip a little bit of data collection into those processes so that you can have more data moving forward, and you can continue with your ongoing assessment, have a more longitudinal approach while minimizing the lift to the organization. So in general, we are looking at this cyclical process where we're tying everything back to your organization, but we're also looking to make sure that those results are actionable and that they are something that is sustainable for your organization to carry forward.
I think an important component of that that often sits outside of the measurement and assessment, but is really deeply connected, is relationship building and trust. And that is a really key component for us in how we work. We are a relational team. We work together very, very closely, and we also work with our clients very closely. So being able to quickly establish and continue to build and sustain that trust as we start to explore the organization through a mixed methodology, but some of those are one-on-one conversations. Some of them are group dialogues. We want to make sure we are hearing what's true and real for folks in that current state. And that's a really key component to how we approach particularly the qualitative components, but also our day-to-day work, the way that the deliverables get provided, the handoff of those materials so that they are actionable. When we think about something actually happening, what we don't want is for a measurement or an assessment report to just live on the digital shelf. We want there to be actions tied to it always. We always say that the worst thing someone could walk away from an engagement with us is someone saying, so what now? That really grounds all of the work that we do. We want you to know why this matters and what to do with it. And that really guides our approach. So data is critical. And I say that sitting next to my data person, and she knows I believe it. It's really important to us. And that relationship is just as critical in making those actions possible. We need you to have the tools that are necessary within the context that you work in day to day to be able to take that and move forward with it. And so that relationship building and deep review of materials and context up front is what provides us with the container for that data to then fit within, so that we're not providing you with a recommendation to do something that's totally outside of what's possible or reasonable or useful to you and the teams that you work with.
And I think I'll just add that we take all that data and that information to create sustainable, thoughtful engagements that will serve folks for the future for many years to come.
Thank you. Anything else?
Taylor, anything from your end when it comes to thinking about the implementation piece? And when we think, Frank, you asked specifically about that sustainment and action planning. And when we think about moving folks to action, is there anything that you would add to that?
Jackie spoke to it a little bit earlier, but again, working within systems that work for you, I deem very important and reasonable from the perspective of the last thing we want to do is create a tool that no one uses. And so we're really adamant to make sure that anything that we're able to develop for you all and hand off, that your teams are able to use it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So time has expired. So right now we're going to move on to any questions the committee may have, and I have two so far. So Ms. Gallegos, go ahead. Hold on. Okay.
Great, thank you. Could you just tell us a little bit about the genesis of your organization, how it was started, and current ownership? Is it still sole proprietorship? Is it employee-owned? What does it look like?
Yes. So our business was founded by a group of women almost 9 years ago now. Wild to say. And we were really rooted in DEI in this work from the start. Our organization began through a lens explicitly of learning. We came from backgrounds that brought together organizational development work as well as training and learning in corporate and government spaces. And we felt like we could bring a different perspective to that work because of the identities that we hold and the experiences that we had both in the workplace and our lived experiences. We are an LLC partnership, so not a sole proprietorship, but we maintain that LLC partnership. We are a certified WBE, and we are women-owned and operated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Ms. Griffith, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I'll ask them all because maybe they're intertwined.
Okay.
You talked a lot about your toolkit and training. I'm putting these two together. Are they customized, or are these things that would be like off your shelf? And if so, either or, like how do you go about identifying which one would be best used? That's two questions. And then my other question is, you also talked about leadership development and executive training. Can you talk a little bit about that more, like what that would include for CalPERS?
Absolutely. Just going to take a quick note so we catch both. No, that's perfect. Great.
Yeah.
So to your first question, everything that we build is custom, except for we have a couple off-the-shelf products. We do not think that they would apply for our work on this project with CalPERS. They are more explicitly in some digital tools like e-learning and off-the-shelf learning products. So we do have those, but they're not part of our recommendation for this because the context we feel is more research and database at the front end, as well as in the CalPERS setting, we think that custom learning and training is most valuable and can be contextualized. That said, all of our toolkits and training build upon our breadth of experience. So we have some standard frameworks and approaches to learning and also the toolkits that we build where we have some components for example, that employee lifecycle toolkit. The components of that remain the same when it comes to recruitment, onboarding, performance management, succession planning. But how those play out, that's where everything is highly tailored and customized so that we are building it to your current state and that future goals perspective. Nor, could you add a little bit on the training front just to talk about our frameworks?
Really similar in terms of training. We have our frameworks, we have specific pedagogy that we really are tied to. And in doing so, we very much tailor it to the needs of, what's going on at CalPERS and the folks that are at CalPERS. It's very important to us to be informed about who's here, what are the dynamics at play, what are things that need to be done, what are the conversations that need to be had. All of those things are taken into consideration. The pedagogies that we really look at are not race specific, really identity specific in terms of really looking at a whole person and a whole community from different facets and different aspects in order for it to be kind of a bigger picture and that'll allow us to really achieve a lot of the equity goals in mind without it being narrow into one specific identity.
Yeah. Speaking to your second question, which if I could just restate it to make sure I'm answering it correctly, it was about leadership and executive training and how that might apply at CalPERS. So for this particular piece of work and the way that we're thinking about this, I think that the most critical piece, especially in phases 1 and 2, is being able to build, as Nora mentioned earlier, inquiry and dialogue amongst the board or leaders as we start to explore current state and analyze and assess that. When we look to future state, we look to provide training and recommendations for training. Often that is cohort-based, stratified by role. So we find that folks are able to learn most effectively, particularly on those topics, when they are working with their peers. That way, the scenarios and applications can be highly tailored to their experiences and what's most relevant to them. So what might be relevant for this group here today might be different than what's relevant, likely is different than what's relevant for folks who are working more in the day-to-day leadership roles. And so we are focused on finding where we can bifurcate to provide the most possible tangible value and understanding of why that training is relevant to them.
Thank you very much. So this does conclude your interview. We want to thank you very much for coming today. If you could please exit the auditorium.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you for having us.
Thank you.
all.
Okay, so thank you for those watching this meeting over the internet. The interviews have concluded, and we are moving now to the board discussions and scoring. Board members, we will now determine an interview score as a group for each of the finalists. The maximum number of points for each finalist is 700 points. That's 100 points per question. After we've discussed each of the firms, I'd like for us to use a single motion assigning a score to each of the finalists. But with that in mind, I'm going to start with, let me get a kind of a temperature of the board. I'd like to start with Mr. Miller. What is your top three?
Why, this
Hold on, my finger's too fat. There you go.
was very tight. I mean, I'm really impressed with the quality of the candidates, but in not in particular order, but my top three were Nova, BCT, and Chanin.
And Shannon Kelly-Rae?
Yeah.
Okay.
By quite a long shot over the other three.
Shannon Kelly-Rae is your number one.
I didn't put them in. No, not.
Oh,
number
you're
one
just
order.
saying these three?
Those three. If you
Okay.
just if you want them in order, I would probably go Shannon, Kelly-Rae, BCT, and Nova in that order, with Shannon at top.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to go down the line here, Mr. Pacheco. If you want to hit your mic, please.
I also want to concur that I was very impressed by all the candidates. I think they were all very well qualified and very, very, participating. They had a very good understanding of the material, and I think they would be all good. But in my top three are the following order. I would say Sage 71 LLC, BCT Partners is number 2, and Nova Collective is number 3. Thank you.
Okay. Kevin.
Thank you. I try not to sugarcoat too many things here, but I will say that I was impressed by quite a bit of people here. If I have to pick three, I'll basically this order: Nova being number 1, Chanin Kelly being number 2, and BCT 3.
Okay. Ms. Walker, go ahead.
I had Ferdman, Kerry Mitchell Brown, and Sage.
In that order? No. They're just your top three? And Sage. Melissa? Oh, I don't have you up here. There you go.
Thank you. In no order, my top three are Chanin, Ferdman, and Kerry Mitchell.
All right. Deborah, go ahead. I need your mic. Go ahead.
Okay, in order of preference, BCT, Chanin, and Ferdman.
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 Ferdman. Okay, Mike DeToy.
Thank you. Shannon, BCT, Nova.
Nicole.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Nova.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still thinking. No. Chanin and Ferdman.
Frank. Oops. Go ahead.
BCT, Chanin, Nova.
Okay. And Lisa. Oops, sorry. I'm just staring at you like, what?
That's all right. In alphabetical order, Chanin, Ferdman, and Sage.
Okay. Now I'm going to do it this way. Hold on a second. Give me just a second. I'm going to hashtag everybody here. Hold on one second. I didn't do me. Okay, hashtagging it based on everybody's thing, and you guys, I hope you all kept track too. Chanin Kelly-Rae has 8. BCT and the Nova Collective have 7. After that, it's Ferdman for 4, Kerry Mitchell 2, Sage 2. So it looks like Chanin Kelly-Rae is the winner here. So now we have to, hold on a sec. Let me get my other sheets of paper out. So Chanin Kelly-Rae, yeah.
Really quick, I know some folks gave their answers based on they prioritized them 1 through 3, and some folks just gave the names of the firms without their priority. So if we're going to go that route, then we probably should ask them what the priority is 1 through 3, because they might, in terms of how they would score them.
It doesn't change the hashtags. I just counted every single one of them with a hashtag. Each, right? So each person, Nova 3, BCT, Chanin, just hashtag. Does that matter?
Well, each one is going to have to be assigned a consensus score from the group. So if somebody, let's say, actually preferred BCT, but they gave them as their third option when they really liked Nova as an example, right?
Well, now
they
we're
might change the
complicating
scoring.
it. Sure, we can do that. So now, so then we should have been very specific. We should have had a first, second, and third. So, because I didn't give a first, second, and third.
Ms. Taylor, what we ultimately need to converge is a consensus score among all the firms. So what this will need to ultimately take the form of is a motion for a point allocation to each firm, 700 points for each. So that's where we ultimately need to go. We have a lot of different ways that we can get there.
So does it matter to everyone that we have priority? Number 1, number 2, number 3, because then it just makes it go longer. It'll take us longer to figure this out.
If we want to invest the time, we should invest the time. No hurry.
That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out. Jose Luis, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Carden. You're here. Can I ask you a question about the small business preference score on this sheet? What is?
We're not there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Yeah, we're not even there yet.
Okay.
We haven't decided who we want to be
No worries then. So I'll defer until then. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gallegos.
Just a suggestion, we do have to ultimately come up with a score for everyone, even if they're not our preference, correct? But perhaps we can start with the top 3 and have a discussion about the top 3 and assign scores and then move on from that to the.
So we have to be very careful when we're assigning
Understand.
scores, which is what,
Understand.
remember what we talked about.
I understand. I understand. That's why I'm suggesting we talk about the top 3, since it seems like we have a consensus around the top 3 for the most part.
Yeah, the top 3 then are BCT, Chanin, Kelly-Rae, and the Nova Collective. So yes, I'm happy to do a discussion around the top 3. If we can get to consensus around the top of the top 3, that would be great. Ms. Walker, go ahead.
So I'm confused. So I need this explained again, what exactly we're doing and why. Because it seems like so one, we're trying to shortcut stuff or not, or I'm confused. So could you just run through it one more time for me?
The end goal is that we are able to assign a score for every single firm. Given that there were 6 firms that we have to assign scores for, I think we were trying to look for a general way to start the discussion to see if there was a consensus in terms of who maybe the top firm might be amongst the board. But if there is no clear-cut consensus winner in terms of scoring, we're trying to get to a top 3 and then allow the board to deliberate there to find a top firm, and then discuss scores from there for all the other firms to ensure that the firm that the board does want to move forward with is assigned the appropriate score given the other variables that need to be taken into account in terms of fees, DVBEs, and then small business. Does that help?
No, but okay. It just seems to me like if everybody has to have a score, why aren't we going down the list and giving a score, and then whoever winds up with whatever the score is, the highest score, then that's the person. That's the.
So the problem with that is the small business score. If everybody votes for somebody besides the small business person, we have to score it so that person doesn't get the highest score because they already have the highest score.
Ms. Walker, I would say, I don't know if I'll be answering your question, but I'll take a stab at it.
Please do.
What we're trying to figure out right now is sort of, we're at the discussion stage for the board to get a sense of where everyone is at, I think. When there's more of a convergence around the opinion of the ranking, I think at that point probably a motion would be in order to say this firm so many points, that firm so many points, and so on down the list. If that motion gets a second, it'll be available for discussion for the rest of the committee. That'd be open for amendments to be made at that point or things of that sort, votes to be taken. That's kind of where we're trying to get to. I don't know if that directly answers your question.
I will just say, it just kind of seems like we're making it up. We're probably not, because this is a process. This is my first time in this kind of process, but it just kind of seems like we're making it up to fit into whatever box we want to have it in, and then going back and it just seems odd to me. That's all.
To address that, this is certainly the process that we followed with the other 3 board RFPs that we've done in the last couple months now. We've gone through, over the last several decades, multiple different variations. We've had very mathematically driven formulas where each board member would come up with an actual allocation. We'd knock out the high and the low point and average out the rest. This has been designed to give the board as much flexibility as possible to reach a consensus and reach the consultant that they're ultimately interested in to carry out the work, recognizing that being able to select the consultant that will be able to best assist the board is really the ultimate objective here.
Well, thank you, though.
David.
I was just going to suggest that it sounds like from the initial information that we have, kind of who the top 3 might be, and at this point maybe just having people tell us of those top 3 who's their, how do they rank, might help us get to who the top, a consensus on the number 1 at least.
All right, let me change pages. I could go down the line again and say, out of the top three, which is
Yeah, so just read off who
BCT,
the top three, yeah.
Chanin, Kelly-Rae, and the Nova Collective. Hold on, Chanin and Nova. If, go ahead, Yvonne.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to make it make sense in my head. So at what point do we say, like, we just said off the cuff, oh, I like 1, 2, 3, right? But at what point do we say, like, it might be that Mike says, oh, this really stood out for me for blah, blah, blah. And that could sway me, you know, but we're not, we're just throwing something out, but there's nothing behind it to just throw it out. Like, it could make a difference. I grant that those were the 3 top ones, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean they will still be the 3 top ones if we haven't put out why, right? Because, you know, I mean, it could be that I might have heard something, Mike might have heard something that I didn't, and then I can say, oh yeah, that's right. And then I want to change, you know, it just, anyway, not trying to be difficult, I'm just saying.
I think that's fair. Your colleagues have definitely heard your interest in hearing more about why they've ranked the order that they have. I think that's perfectly appropriate for the board members who feel comfortable offering that up. I don't think it's required for the process. We tried to make the process as open-ended as possible to accommodate the board.
Okay, so last question from Kevin Palke, and then if you want to go ahead, Yvonne, and get back online, and then tell us why those aren't your top and what your top one is. And we can do that for each board member. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. I think I was the only one that actually ranked them in a specific order. And so I'm sort of standing behind my my thought of Nova being number 1, just for the mere fact that they were really the only one that talked about balance. And to me, that is sort of the essential definition of this work that we're asking them to do.
Okay. Raise your hands, guys, if we want to talk about the other ones besides the top 3. We can do that. All right. Do you guys have any particular... Oh, here we go. David.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the top 3, I thought they were very close, but if the ones beyond the top 3, I thought, and I do this in a very kind of, I'm a goofy scientist, so I do it in a very kind of systematic way. But I found, like, for example, Ferdman, I had at the bottom by a long shot. I felt so many of their answers were like generic, you know, first year business school kind of answers that would be great for a very low maturity client. But for someone like us, I think our staff could teach them a lot. And referring to some of their clients, some of their clients were not high performance organizations, and so the kind of answers and the things they were saying just were not striking me as stuff that would be very valuable for an already pretty high performance organization. And so I thought they were missing on more than one cylinder. And with Kerry, I think that firm, they just simply didn't answer some of the parts of some of the questions, which, the pressure of the I don't know what, but I just thought they didn't make a very good showing, and they ended up, knocked down because of it as well.
Mr. Pacheco, you're up next.
Thank you, President Taylor. When I first started this morning, I had the impression of BCT Partners because they were very impressive and so forth. But then this afternoon, when the principal from SEDGE 71 LLC presented, she presented very, very honestly and very collaboratively. And her collaboration was, it touched me because I feel like it needs to be, when her engaging with CalPERS and CalPERS staff, it's a partnership, right? And I felt that her presentation. Moreover, I also felt that and again, this is my own opinion, my own opinion about it. But I strongly feel, because of her service in the U.S. in the United States Air Force, and her dedication to board development and so forth, I felt that was also something I wanted to consider, because that's something important for me to recognize that in an individual. And she just seemed to be very authentic in terms of her presentation. I think the other two are also my other two that I had ranked. So I had ranked it this way. I had ranked it as first SAGE 71 LLC, number 2 would be BCT Partners, and number 3 would be Nova Collective. And another thing too that, again, this is just an observation, is that the cost. One of our duties one of our fiduciary duties of responsibility is to make sure that we are stewards of the costs, the reasonable expenses associated with our process. So, and based on the costs and so forth, she's very reasonable in terms of how we would go about the costs. So I see that. I see her enthusiasm, her dedication, and her collaboration would be a same thing. So that's how I scored. So, and I can provide the scores later when we go through the process.
Ms. Walker. Hold on, it's just not. There we go.
So I thought that with Sage, right? She comfortable in this space. She talked about being partners and collaborative. She talked about stakeholders. I think that, to me, I was listening for that for everybody, because it's not just us, like it's the stakeholders and everybody else we have to talk to. So that was what I was listening for in things. With Kerry Mitchell-Brown, the depth of their experience in this space, some of the things that they talked about not being, can't just be morally right, you have to be fiscally responsible. Health equity aligns with our fiduciary duties. Peer convos. Trying to read what I wrote. Oh, the fact that they have helped set a lot of these standards in the different places that they were, that's a breadth of experience that I don't think there is a difference between doing and actually like being reading about, being theoretical, right? There is a difference between theoretical and actual, so that's why they spoke to me. And then I said, Nova. Again, they were ones that talked about collaboration and what you do and how you do it, right? It's not necessarily, they can come up with a whole laundry list of things, but they weren't interested. It was about what can work, right? What can we do? And really working with the board and talking to the board, which I think for me makes a difference. So that was my thoughts on the ones that I put forward.
All right. Deborah Gallegos. Turned it off?
I think I'm messing you up.
All right, hold on. Let's try it again. All right, go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. So I'll just run through the points that I had, the key things that stood out for me for the different ones that I scored. So BCT was my number one. One there, I thought the team dynamic was amazing. They were succinct. They really worked together well. I think some of them may have been subcontractors, but especially in light that they were subcontractors, they worked together really well, almost finishing each other's sentences. 25 years of dedicated DEI consultant. I don't think you can beat that. And that was true for Shannon Kelly as well. They really focused on data-driven DEI. They mentioned more than once they have an attorney on team. They're a federal contractor. They advise federal entities, so they are well-versed in what is happening nationally as well as locally. Let's see. So I was just really, really impressed. They kept talking about how to hold people accountable. And that, I think, in this space is particularly important. Chanin Kelly-Rae, she talked about board KPIs, which I liked. Her current, there's no doubt that she's very well qualified. My only concern was that she didn't bring anybody with her, so it's difficult to understand how the team dynamics would be working with her partners. And in this space, I think you're going to need to have a lot of partners, which brings me to Sage 71, who was not on my top list. Really, really liked her a lot, but there's no depth there. We would be her first major client. There was no depth. And I think with this assignment, for her, from her perspective and from our perspective, we wouldn't want to be set up to fail in any way. And then my third was Ferdman. Ferdman did not seem quite as polished as some of the others, but again, clearly a lot of experience in this space. And whereas Nova, not on my top list, presented really well, I'm not sure they have the depth of experience to deal with an institution that's been around as long as CalPERS has had. Nova seemed to me to be a little bit more cookie cutterish, and the toolkits are great, but if you apply them across the everybody that you work with, then they are meaningless. Whereas Ferdman didn't come across as polished, but clearly they've been doing this for a long time and really understand the nuances of how to implement a DEI policy. So those, again, BCT, Chanin Kelly-Rae, and Ferdman were my number 1 picks.
Okay, great. Mike DeToy.
Thank you. Since Director Walker called me out, I have to give my thoughts. So I really liked BCT, and it was a tough act to follow from there. It's no secret to anyone in this room or anyone watching the complexities that CalPERS is, and that's not just the fiduciary side and the investments, but the healthcare piece as well. And I thought that BCT brought all that to the table. A very broad staff. Their experience has been setting the policies and setting the benchmarks for years, having a civil rights attorney on staff, kind of already doing something with the New York City pension, the healthcare experience, et cetera. So I thought what they built out and what they described was it seems like they're one of the industry leaders. I have not researched the space thoroughly though. So and before I'm going to back up a little bit. I hear what a lot of my fellow directors are saying regarding, the veterans piece, the cost piece, but keep in mind that has already been calculated into the scoring thus far. So just off the presentation itself. Shannon, I thought, did a phenomenal job. Again, I do hear Director Gallegos' concerns about we don't know who else is on the team, but I thought she did phenomenal. I could listen to her speak all day long. Her experience with Fortune 50 companies, with the DOL, the EEOC, the fiduciary duties, again, another, knowing the health outcomes with St. Joe's and Providence that she mentioned, et cetera. Very impressive. And that brings me to my lowest marks of both Kerry, Mitchell Brown, and Sage 71. Kind of the fact that this would be, one of the first either joint ventures or one of the first big projects. I don't doubt either of their capabilities. I think everyone that came before us is very highly qualified, educated, has a ton of experience, but knowing the arms that they're going to have to wrap around this, they need a team. And those are some of my concerns about both of those. And then Nova is kind of a younger kids on the block. I thought they had an amazing presentation, knowing that they worked with the state and CalWorks and CalFresh. And then the fact that they even had to do this with the American Statistical Association, I was like, oh my gosh, like you're going toe to toe with people who do this numbers for a living. That would be an interesting story. So as I said, my top 3 were 1, 2, and 6. Thank you, Madam President.
1, 2, and 6. Okay. Did you have a particular one that you liked the most? It sounded like BCT.
I'm going back between BCT and Chanin.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Ms. Middleton, you're next.
Thank you. Well, of the top three that I had, only Chanin makes the top three for what seems to be the consensus of my colleagues. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time debating the other two that I had in my top three, other than to say I was very, very impressed with Sage and her presentation, and Deborah nailed it. This would be her first big project, and we're too big in an organization. There's too much risk associated with this to try somebody who is breaking into an industry as opposed to somebody who's established themselves. I was incredibly impressed with Shannon Kelly-Rae. I thought she handled herself amazingly well. One of the things that is really tough in an environment like this is to get a sense of who is the person and the persons who have the ability to listen. And while everybody talked about that they were going to do interviews right off at the start, one of the things that came across to me from Shannon Kelly-Rae is if you got into a conversation with her, it would be a conversation. She would be listening as much as she would be talking, if not more. And again, that's impressionistic at this point, but it came across to me. I was very impressed by her recognition of our fiduciary responsibilities, of our responsibilities of trust. And while she did this alone, which is different than everyone else except one firm, she let us know who would be a part of her team. And I think Max may be a ploy or whatever, but it established something about the humanity of this group of people that was very important. Let me talk a little bit about the two firms that I did not have in my top three that everybody else does have in the top three. My colleagues are seeing something that I just didn't see, but I was not impressed with Nova. I didn't get an impression that they could come in and be change makers within this organization, with the board and with the membership. I thought their values were incredibly strong and very good, but the truth in success in this area is going to be the person and persons and organization that can change the minds of the people who need to have minds changed. It is not being able to come in and wow the people who are already converted. And I just did not get a sense from Nova that they would be successful with individuals that are resistant to the message. BCT is absolutely top-notch professional. There was no question about their ability to come in and deliver a product, but I did not get a sense that they would be listening to us as much as I got a sense they would be waiting for us to listen to them. Thank you.
Nicole Griffith.
Well, I don't want to follow Miss Middleton. That was really hard.
No one does, yeah.
Let me start with what I agree with her on. I do like what you said around Sage. I think that definitely a strong candidate, but just being that this would be the first that she'd be in this area, I think that's where I did not have Sage scored. I am a little torn between BCT and Chanin. I could go either or, so I think I agree with everything Mr. Chatoy and Ms. Gallego said around their strong points. I do have the NOVA as a top candidate as my number one, and where that came from, I would just say, is taking a step back and saying this is the human-centered work that needs to be done. I think that with the end goal of having CalPERS as an organization be able to support and sustain this work on their own, that's where we would ultimately, hopefully, like to see this organization be, and not saying now, but somewhere in the future, not necessarily need a consultant. I think where you get there is through training and through executive support and through the partnership. And for those that were here with us on Thursday during the other RFP, one of the questions that I asked was, where is your passion in this work? I didn't get it in the first candidate that we had, so I didn't ask the question. But ultimately, with the presentations, that's what I was looking for. Were the people in front of us sitting here to give us a business pitch of, I can come in and do this work with you or for you? Yes. But really, I was looking behind the scenes to see, is there passionate of connection to the work that they're going to be doing? Because that's where you get the most bang for your buck, or the most partnership and the most value. So that's where the NOVA came as number one for me.
All right. Frank Ruffino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's almost World Cup, by the way. And I love World Cup. And the main thing is to get to the final. And once you get to the final, you're in good shape. So, 2 teams got to the finals in my book. BCT, which I think we all agree, and Chanin, Kelly-Rae, perhaps not, but those were my 2 teams in the final. And I was watching the game really, really close. First half, tied. We get into the second half, and we get almost at the 87th minute. Remember, there's 90 minutes of game. And man, Chanin, Kelly-Rae, she could show her talent. She could show her skills. And I was impressed not about her intellect, but the firm commitment to the community, which was the only firm, by the way, that mentioned that they're making a community. And I don't recall exactly, but I thought I heard 30-40%. That's huge. That's a big commitment. That struck my heart. I mean, that's tells a lot about
10 to 40%. I wrote it down.
10 to 40.
So they donate 10 to 40% back to the community.
Hey, that's a good goal. That's a hell of a good goal. So I don't know. Perhaps others do as well, but that was something that I appreciated. They have experience in California, Washington, Oregon. They definitely, in my opinion, they score big time on question number 4, VP of the health system. They're a California-based business. Yes, my colleagues are absolutely right. I wish she would have brought, what was the name, Max?
Max, yeah.
That would have been cool to watch Max in action.
Maximus.
That would have been cool. But I wish she would have brought someone else, and so that's sort of like something to discover. But in terms of presentation, in terms of, and by the way, they were the only one that they mentioned LGBT. I remember writing it down. The context. Again, BCT, they are nothing to knock them down. They wrote the book. They said it. They show it to us. Data-driven DEI. They wrote the book. So I don't have no reason to believe that if they would have played 5 more minutes more of extra time, maybe they could score another goal. But at the end of the game, in the 87th minute, it was 2-1. And Chanin, Kelly-Rae wins that game. Thank you.
Wow. I don't think I've ever heard it put that way.
Madam Chair, can I just make one quick comment to Mr. Ruffino's comment? Chanin Kelly-Rae is not a California-based business. They're licensed to do business in California. They're a Washington State-based business. So I just want to make sure there's a clarity there on that point.
That's okay. We got you.
Thank you for clarifying. I had that on my notes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give mine as well. So I had BCT's Chanin, whatever, and Nova. I will say that BCT was really impressive, but Shannon blew my socks off. And I got to tell you, she used a lot of different language in DE&I that I thought was very interesting as well. So she used suffrage democracy. I thought that was really, really important because that's part of making sure we have a fair and just system, right? You know, she talked about policing, housing, healthcare, that all impacts healthcare. And I think, honestly, I think that she was probably the most impressive. The fact that she didn't bring anybody, including Max, I thought was because she probably is used to doing this herself. But I also think it would have been good if she'd brought one of her staff members as well. I think it's interesting that 2 of our top tiers is people from Washington State. I think that's kind of funny. Nova, you know what I really liked about Nova? Yeah, they seemed cookie cutter. When they talked about a toolkit, it reminded me of a class that I went to that had a little box with a toolkit for DE&I. And it was way back when I first got on the board. And I'm like, I think I still have that box, but I don't ever even look at it. But I just love their interactions because they were excited to answer the questions. They were like, ooh, you can answer that one. And I thought that was really good. So, while I think BCT was probably the slickest, my vote is for Chanin for the first. So, hey, David. Oh, maybe not. Apparently my pen does not want to push the right button. There you go.
Yeah, I won't repeat what everyone has said, but when we first started this conversation, I think I was only answering about the bottom 3, but my top 3 were Shannon, BCT, and Nova, and they're in that order. Yeah, and so for the same reasons that other people, they're so very close for Shannon and BCT, but I think Shannon just hit it out of the park. And in looking at my scoring, there were 3 or 4 questions where her just content of her answers edged out BCT on content as well. And Nova was in there, but certainly not quite in the same league in terms of the content of their answers. Yeah. So, and I also think, just in terms of, for us as a board, who do we want advising us? Because they're our consultant. They're not necessarily who we're hiring to actually, build our DEI program and do all the work that staff's going to be doing. They're here to review it, to help us, find strengths, opportunities for improvement, all that engagement, stakeholders, bring all those views that we might miss in-house. And again, I think she just brought that just in a very, very impressive way.
Thank you. Mike, I got you.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion, if you will. Listen to all the conversation, and I'll do the scoring in order from top to bottom on the sheet, if that is okay.
We can try, because I have the sheets based on who we want. So go ahead.
So I move that BCT will be at 600, Shannon at 700, Ferdman at 400, Kerry Mitchell Brown at 400, Sage 71 at 400, and Nova at 600. And then if there's a second, I will speak to the reason.
Okay, wait. Go over it again.
600, 700, 400, 400, 400, 600.
I'll second.
Really quick, can I get you one more time, but with the
went
firms'
really
names
fast that last
associated
time.
with that?
But I think it works. I think it works, but go ahead.
BCT 600, Shannon Kelly-Rae 700, Ferdman 400, Kerry Mitchell Brown 400, Sage 71 400, Nova Collective 600.
That appears to work, does it not?
I'd be happy to second.
All right. Motion's been made by Mr. DeToy, seconded by Ms. Gallegos. Mr. Palkey, go ahead. Or not. We'll figure this out eventually. There we go.
I was just going to second it, but it's already been seconded.
It's already been seconded? Okay. So I need a roll call vote for this? Okay, is there any further discussion on this? Then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. For Chanin, Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC. Second, we had BCT. Well, we have a tie for BCT and Nova Collective, so we may eventually have to get back together to figure that one out.
No, we'll just take a little bit of a break. So
Oh, yeah, let's wait. That's right.
we have to do the final scoring and roll in the fee structures plus the small business or DVBE, et cetera, and then we'll come back with the
Oh, that's
final
right,
total.
because one of them does have
Okay.
small business. 5
Like
minutes?
a 5-minute break.
All right. So 2:51. Staff has now completed calculating the total scores. And at this time, I'd like to ask Justin Heeb, CalPERS Contracts and Procurement Manager, to please announce the final total score for each finalist.
Thank you, Madam President. I will now read the interview scores for each of the finalists in alphabetical order. BCT Partners received 600 points for their interview score. Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC received 700 points for their interview score. Ferdman Consulting received 400 points for their interview score. Kerry Mitchell Brown LLC received 400 points for their interview score. Sage 71 LLC received 400 points for their interview score. And the Nova Collective received 600 points for their interview score. The small business preference added to the three firms, BCT Partners, Ferdman Consulting, and the Nova Collective, the Sage 71 LLC was 48.9 points. Combined with our preliminary total score, the interview score, and the small business preference, BCT Partners received a total score of 879.5 points. Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC received 978.9 points. Ferdman Consulting received 630 points. Kerry Mitchell Brown LLC received a total score of 441.8 points. Sage 71 LLC received a total of 798.9 points. And the Nova Collective received a total score of 859.2 points. The finalist with the highest total score is Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC. Second place was BCT Partners.
All right. Thank you. It is now time for a motion. I move that the board awards the contract to Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC as the highest ranking finalist, subject to final negotiations and satisfaction of all requirements, and directs staff to begin contract negotiations for the contract with Chanin Kelly-Rae. I have to finish reading it, okay? Thank you. If staff and its direction concludes that negotiations are unsuccessful, staff shall begin contract negotiations with BCT Partners, the next highest scoring finalist. And that was seconded by Jose Luis Pacheco. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I do remind all the members of the board and the finalists of the restricted contract policy under Government Code Section 20153. Agenda item 4A, summary of board direction. Agenda item 4B, public comment. I don't think we had board direction, correct? Okay. I don't believe we have public comment. The meeting of the CalPERS Board of Administration is adjourned. So I want to thank you all, and we will see you board week. Thank you.